Hey, everybody, welcome to Noirbar, live from the Chase District in ORC in the year of our Lord, 1942, and as all we can see, we can all see, as we can see if we look towards the mantle.
Keep going. See, you will see.
But
It's okay, because we can also see.
Yeah.
Can you see?
If you can, you'll see our Vital Ray Technology trademark-powered hyper-accurate mantle clock. It's exactly 11:30 p.m. Eastern on the dot. So come on in,
Behold, fix your gaze.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I had to keep going.
So grab a drink, put your orders in, and get comfortable for a late night layback time of banter, booze, broads, bullets, and Far being our Tard Wrangler, which isn't very likely because she's the Tard, but you know, we can hope.
Yeah, we're both the Tard. It's fine. It's fine.
No, you are the Tard. It's fine.
No. I'm not the one. Look, I'm named T1 for a reason. It's Tard Wrangler. Oh, I need a W behind that, don't I? One minute. Let me.
Yeah, well, it's not doing automatic capture of our Discord hangout anymore, so I don't know. I don't know why I was doing it to begin with, much less why it's not doing it now. But not me. Oh wait, fuck! No one can hear the band. Stupid band.
There we go.
Come on, there we go. Play music louder. No. What? Have you changed your name again?
Yeah, TW1. Now you cannot just say Tard1. It's Tard Wrangler 1.
But Tard is not your name; it's your job description. It's what your it's your qualifications for the position of Tard Wrangler. Why are you a good Tard Wrangler? Because you're the Tard.
Sure. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just showing off my qualifications. Okay, my job description.
Are you actually gonna be able to Tard Wrangle us tonight?
No.
No.
Oh God, no. I woke up like what, an hour ago? No.
Lovely. Well, I'm not going to blame you for that. I wake up shortly before my dreams all the time.
Yeah, I slept for like 13 hours, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
You know, I'm surprised you're so... Well, no, wait, that's not true. When I sleep too long, I got the cobwebby-headedness too. So, yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
I mean, I tend to sleep for... My natural sleep tends to be just long periods of sleep anyway, but yeah, 13 hours, man, that's a bit much even for me.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I slept 13 hours. No, I was in the hospital. It was after surgery. They had medicated me, though. That's not really sleep, is it? That's just unconsciousness.
Yeah, that's more just medically knocked the fuck out.
Yeah. I hate waking up from, like, surgery. Even if it's, like, dental surgery, I hated that. When they took out all my wisdom teeth and shit.
I'm still mad about when my wisdom teeth came out, right? Because I didn't get any of the fun shit. Like, I got the fun drugs, sure, but I didn't have any of, like, you know how there's all those videos of, like, people getting their wisdom teeth removed and they're just goofy as fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got none of that. I'm so mad still.
Yeah, I never got any of that.
Yeah, I never got any of that. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. It's just... I was just kind of like there, and I'm like, right, okay, this sucks. This fucking sucks, dick.
Well, before we get too far, join me at the bar tonight is far, because
and only me,
and only her.
Hey,
because Sam is taking a justifiable breather. He was there earlier on for AAA and wasn't really up to it, and then did a gaming stream and he wasn't really up to it. So now he's down for it, you know, for the count, that is. And yeah, he's been having a rough go of it this week. So yeah. So thoughts and prayers are with our good friend. He'll be able to pull himself together soon enough, I'm sure. But in the meantime, yeah, he's that poor guy's like really the hell out of it. When Pepto-Bismol won't abate your heartburn, you know you got trouble. In addition to every other damn thing.
Yeah.
The chat here. Okay. Yes. Boom. Okay. Hello, one and all. You love your mornings. Nobody you know. Kind of normal people don't love mornings. You're not normal. But
I don't know. I kind of like the feeling of morning. I don't like getting up though.
I like the feeling of morning as long as, yeah, that I can like wake up and go,
Yeah, like
oh,
you get what I mean?
yeah, it's nice that it's morning. And,
Yeah.
I have my window open from last night.
Yeah,
So
it's
the
the
sun hasn't
beginning of
come
the
up yet.
day.
Yeah, the fresh air is still
Yeah, it's like
coming
the
in. And
yeah.
I could roll over and go back to sleep. That's a great feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's I like the feeling of the morning. I just don't like getting up.
Yeah.
Which I know makes me sound like, oh, you don't like getting out of bed in the morning? That sounds like depression. It's like, no, I just don't like getting the fuck up.
Last week I'm getting home real late, which was everyone else's morning, basically. Like on the block I live on, right? And I went outside to I opened my garage, go stand there to have a cigarette, right? And it was like I already smelled tobacco in the air, and I'm like, it must be like a neighbor smoking. I look up and down the block; it's a whole bunch of men in their PJs standing outside smoking.
What are they doing? Just standing up on like the front step of the house?
Yeah, one guy's like sitting on the trunk of his excuse me, on the trunk of his car with like his feet on the rear bumper, right? The other guy's like holding his house up, leaning against it. And the other guy's just standing in the front with his dog sort of running in circles around his feet in the driveway. But yeah, a whole bunch of men in their pajama pants and their PJs and whatnot just standing outside smoking.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, yeah, me too, but like I'm not. You guys are just waking up. I'm just going to bed. The fuck's wrong with your lives, man? You can't smoke inside your own house. Was your wife kick you out? What's going on? I mean, I didn't say these things, but I was thinking them.
That's just incredible. I'm just imagining like this whole like street row of just all these men walking out the house, taking out a cigarette, lighting it up, and it's just as far as the eye can see. Right? Like just down the street, all these men all simultaneously. Yeah, all simultaneously taking a drag, like one hive mind or some shit.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it was 6:30 in the morning, if that helps you at all. I mean, that's when I was getting home and all.
That's still really fucking weird, though. I've never seen anything like that. That's I mean,
it was odd for me too. Like
to be fair though, a lot of like the houses in Australia, right? Once you start like going outside of the city, yeah, you don't really see the front of the house that clearly. So, maybe it's all happening and we just don't see it. You'd have to go up to like the curb of the road to see shit like that, basically, right? Right. Like there are some houses where it is like that. Like, 'cause I know a lot of US houses are like that, so that's how you see it. But yeah, you'd have to go to some very specific areas here to see anything like that. That's incredible, though.
Yeah, like the street I'm on, like it's a straight street, but it's got like it's not a cul-de-sac or whatever the fuck. It's like, but there's a curve to the street. So you can kind of like, if you're standing out like into the middle of the driveway, you can see all the fuck way down to the end of the block because that's like curvature that it's got. And it's all one way and then all the other way. And like, it wasn't every single house. It was like every second house, but it was enough there. It was like 5-6 people.
Yeah.
Like 5 or 6 people in a row all the way down. Sure it was. Yeah. It's like, do you guys all like meet in the morning? Is this like a regular men meeting that I've missed?
Oh my god, it's a support group for smokers that can't smoke inside their house.
That's right. That's what I figured. All of the houses that didn't have dudes in front of them, they are allowed to smoke in their house. That's the difference.
Hi, I'm Mike, and I'm not allowed to smoke in my house. Hi, Mike. Takes a drag while he's standing at the curb of his house.
Only took Vicodin once for getting my wisdom teeth removed, and then slept on the couch just because it was recommended. Don't need anything afterwards. Lucked out. Yeah, I had pretty severe pain afterwards, but they didn't give me. I didn't get any take-home fun meds. If that makes you feel any better.
I did.
Did you?
I did, and it was like, again, I just didn't get any of the fun experiences. Right. It was just me in misery because I didn't just have all my wisdom teeth taken out. Right. I had a tooth on the side taken out too, so I had 5 total.
Damn.
Yeah, so I'm just like lying on a mattress in the lounge room in fucking misery. The cat was still alive at this point, and I guess this was one of the few times where he like looked at me and just went, "Hot damn, yeah, you're fucked," and just decided to curl up with me. Right? Like, hot damn, yeah, you're kind of fucked up right now. I'm just gonna like lay right next to you and just, you know, be an actual fucking cat for a minute, you know?
Yep.
It's like that was nice. That was nice. Yeah, and I'm just like laying there just in misery because like I can't eat either. I'm eating like custard and jelly for weeks. There's a reason why I ended up being severely underweight after that. But yeah, and all
Jello
it can
doesn't
be is like
pack the
through that one
calories.
little gap. No, but it's like all I could do was like eat through that one gap in my mouth because, yeah, fuck that. But yeah, I had the pain meds and everything, right? But it was fucking miserable, man. So fucking miserable.
Well, that reminds me. Speaking of not calorie dense foods, like waste foods, I'll get that in a second. I just finally able to get Labs up here. Does that sound like I'm talking from the end of a tin can?
Yes, it does.
It's because I'm talking to the end of a soda can.
Oh, I see. I
just hear it through my headphones when I was taking a drink. I'm like, I shouldn't really talk when I got the can that close to my mouth because it sounds all, you know.
Does this work as well? Are you hearing it like?
Yeah, if that's what I sounded like. Yeah. Stop it! I won't do it again. I promise. Fuck.
Yeah, no, don't do it again. Don't do it.
Okay, before we went live from 3 hours ago, I mean, boom. Yeah!
You can get hit with the flip, twist it with the biscuit, blast it with the ratchet, jack with the mac, body with the shotty, dump with the pump, rock with the clock, sprayed with the K, dome with the chrome, down with the pound, tap with the strap, whack with the gat, duster with the musket, tag with the mad, wet with the Intratec, bled with the lead.
Woo! Blood with the lead. Festonia, thank you very much for the big $25. Greatly appreciated. I rolled in on the AAA stream late, but I want to send some appreciation to the host of Noir at Happy Hour. Yeah, love you, Otter, no homo. Love you too, Festonia. Thank you for the Streamlabs donation before Noirbar had even started, but after AAA was already over, so he kind of, he was late and early at the same time. I appreciate the juxtaposition. And then from 3 hours ago also, I'm not sure why, but here we go. Yeah. Kira Soldier, thanks for the buck. He says, pertaining to your comment from the AAA about needing your tard wrangling when y'all are way off topic, we were talking about that far, how you completely fail in your tard wrangling responsibilities. Simple solution, we have Valine on the stream, so you have, and have you and Sam on a tight leash. So you want me to bring Valine on the stream to berate us both? She does a pretty excellent job berating me personally from chat. I don't really know if I need her on the stream to emasculate me. I mean, fuck. It's like I told people earlier on AAA. They're like, you know, you act like you're scared of Valine. I'm not scared of Valine. I'm just afraid she'll hit me. It's different. So there, in your faces. And from an hour and a half ago, boom. Yeah!
You can get hit with the flip, twist it with the biscuit, blast it with the ratchet, jack with the mac, body with the shotty, dump with the pump, rock with the clock, sprayed with the K, dome with the chrome, down with the pound, tap with the strap, whack with the gat, duster with the musket, tag with the mad, wet with the Intratec, bled with the lead.
Woo! God Emperor Dingle, thank you very much for the $25. Polly, how's it going, bud? Pretty good. You know, not the best, but yeah, you know, onward and upward and all that. Got to go to bed early this weekend, so I have to catch you later. Just wanted to leave this tip for the best late night bar. That's us. Far, we're the best late night bar.
Oh, yay!
Yeah, damn right.
Yay!
Woo! Thank you very much, God Emperor Dingles. Greatly appreciated. And you can find my and Far's stream lab links below if you want to be so generous as to tip my good friend here, because we're going to be hanging out for the next little while at least.
There you go. Yep.
What's that?
Bam.
Oh, boom, look at that. Or you can find our Streamlab links in chat as far as on the ball. Fuck.
For your convenience.
Yeah. Erg, why so loud? What? The donation?
God. The Queen of Soup Cans. That was just my water bottle. I just took out the little plastic nearly so I could do that. Like, here, I can do it again.
No doubt.
Hello. Woo. Ah. Da, 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 da.
No, please
It's a
don't.
Splatoon themed water bottle too. It's great.
You have a Splatoon water bottle?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why that's
Yeah, I do.
surprising to me.
Yeah, why should that be surprising? It came straight from fucking Japan. Of course I have it.
Oops.
I see Splatoon shit, I go, yeah, hell yeah.
I go, yeah. Up streaming. Let me just... Screw you, Discord, and your newfangled ways of changing every damn thing. There we go.
There we go. Yes, yet again.
Oh, yeah.
This thing. The lawn razor.
Yeah. Those of you who don't remember, we were looking at this last week. The ghosts who operate lawn razors. Look, there's no one holding it, but it sets upright anyway. Look at the way it disappears. This is an actual photograph of ectoplasm. See? Look at that right there. Just kind of warps and disappears.
Look, as we all know, ghosts don't appear in pictures. We don't know why. They just don't.
That's right.
So, you know, whenever you see a picture like this, that's ghost operated.
Yep. So let it be known, if you do landscaping in this lifetime, you will be back to do it after your death. See? Here's photographic proof.
Yeah, there's no end to landscaping.
Or any other job. So you can look forward to construction work for the rest of your, well, eternity.
Existence.
Yeah. All the way. This caught my attention. I actually asked a couple friends if they knew what... I didn't bring any photographic pictures of what it was, like a lawn razor. And I was like, when I looked it up online, I was able to find it quite quickly by going, oh yeah, it's called a lawn leveler or a ground leveler. And I'm like, what? Why would you need that? I'm like, I don't know. I showed this to people. No one understands. No one gets it.
No one gets it.
Nope. Because, I mean, this picture kind of makes it make sense, right? You've laid down some soil, so you're trying to level it out. But mostly it's called a lawn leveler. And that's the problem. Like, it's like...
Yeah, I mean, when you see it with dirt, it's one thing, right? It's like, okay, yes, suddenly, all right. Like, you want even dirt, like you said. Yeah, this makes sense. It still looks a little fucking weird, but it makes sense. All the ones where it involves the grass, though?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I mean, it's not like...
I don't fucking get it.
Even our lawn comb idea to get all the blades facing in one direction made more sense than this. But I promised Far that I found a product that was just great for her, and she was worried.
Oh, boy.
You want to see it?
Well, I always am. What?
It's an Axolotl backpack.
Add your name.
Uh-huh.
Does it come with the add your name, or do you have to, like, type in a name?
No, Far. It says add your name on it. Like, see? Add your name. That's what it...
Yeah, I mean, but I'm asking, like, does it arrive and it just says add your name on it?
Well, yeah, look. It says so right there.
Sweet, yeah, I'd love a backpack that just has add your name.
Oh, look at that adorable Disney axolotl. Look at that adorable face. How can you not love that?
I mean...
It's pink, and it's...
I mean, it looks AI as fuck.
Well, I mean, I don't like it because it's on a book, and as everyone knows, axolotls can't read.
That's your problem with it? Axolotls can't read?
Well, they can't.
Well, I mean, you're right, but why the fuck do you care so much that axolotls can't read? You can teach an axolotl to read. Are you against axolotls learning how to read?
That's right. That's one step to them closer to them taking over. They already have their genetic advantages.
What genetic advantages? They're kind of like... They're kind of, you know, lab-based now. I don't think you'd even find them in the wild anymore.
They can regrow lost body parts, can't they? Aren't they functionally immortal, too?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they can.
So what do you mean, what advantages? Yeah. You could chop off their fucking arms and they'll grow them back, and it doesn't even matter if you kill them because they'll respawn. You know, what genetic advantages? I want those advantages.
I'd love a pet axolotl.
Can't find them in the wild anymore. You don't know. Alan.
No, they were only found in one spot, and I'm pretty sure like they're just not there anymore. Sorry.
Well, it's not my fault that they're delicious with teriyaki sauce. I don't blame people at all. Alan, thank you very much for the $5. It says Polly. Alan. Good to see you. Always good to see you. Let's find out if Far's correct about this, actually. I don't know. Wasn't it that they were found
Well,
in
yeah,
like water holes after the tide recedes? Isn't that where they were found? In them little wading pools?
No.
Where am I getting that from?
No,
Then?
they're found in Mexico.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The wading pools in Mexico.
I don't think it's wading pools.
Axolotl is a pedomorphic salamander that matures without undergoing metamorphosis into the terrestrial adult form, as opposed to the extraterrestrial form.
Axolotls are aliens, confirmed.
That's
That's an ugly axolotl though that they've chosen.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That is a really ugly. I mean, I guess, is this its full tadpole with legs form?
I know there's different like colors that they can come in and shit like that, but like I also know that there is technically a way to artificially kind of I don't want to say evolve, but it kind of is that, and it kind of fucks them up a little bit.
This trait is somewhat unusual among amphibians, though is a trait not unique to axolotls, and this is apparent that they may be confused with the larval stage of other neotenic adult mole salamanders, such as the occasionally pedomorphic tiger salamander, widespread in North America, or with mud puppies, which bear a superficial resemblance, but they are of a different family of salamanders. Okay, I had no idea this got so
Mud
technical.
puppy sounds adorable.
Oh, you never heard of a mud puppy?
Yeah, I've never heard of a mud puppy.
Oh yeah, they're great. We'll take a look at those in a second. Just The term axolotl is a foreign word which has been translated variably. It may be interpreted as water slave, water servant, water sprite, water player, water monstrosity, water twin, or water dog. Pick your favorite. Foreign water dog's already taken. That's me.
I kind of like water slave because that's just what the fuck. What the fuck does that mean? Water slave? Oh yes, I'm a slave to the water.
Or a slave that lives within the water. Oh, those gill, I didn't realize those were external gills they had.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Well, put your lungs inside your face, axolotl. Like, color morphs. See, you could have these, Far. You want an axolotl pet? Here you go. You could have these.
Yeah. Look at him. Aren't they cute?
No.
Yeah.
A feature of the axolotl that attracts most attention is its healing ability. The axolotl does not heal by scarring, but is capable of tissue regeneration. Entire lost appendages, such as the limbs and tail, can regrow over a period of months, and in certain cases, more vital structures, such as the tissues of the eye and heart, can be regrown. See? They can restore parts of their central nervous system, such as less vital parts of their brain. They can also readily accept transplants from other individuals, including eyes and parts of the brain, restoring these alien organs to full functionality. In some cases, axolotls have been known to repair a damaged limb as well as regenerating an additional one, ending up with an extra appendage that makes them attractive to pet owners as a novelty. Their ability to regenerate declines with age, but does not disappear, though in metamorphosized individuals, the ability to regenerate is greatly diminished. Axolotls experience indeterminate growth. Their bodies continue to grow throughout their life, and some consider this a trait to be a direct contributor to their regenerative abilities. Huh. The axolotl is therefore used as a model for the development of limbs in vertebrates. Huh. Gets very detailed into the things that are required for them to have this. Neoteny. Neo-word.
Neoteny?
Yeah, no, I don't think either of us are saying that right.
Neoteny.
Most amphibians begin their lives as aquatic mammals, which are unable to live on dry land, but are often being dubbed as tadpoles. To reach adulthood, they go through a process called metamorphosis, in which they lose their gills and start living on the land. The axolotl is unusual that it has a lack of thyroid stimulating hormones, which it is needed for the thyroid to produce chemical for the axolotl to go through metamorphosis. It keeps its gills and lives in its water all of its life, even after becoming an adult, and is able to reproduce. This is the term for reaching sexual maturity without undergoing metamorphosis. Oh, okay, I see. I don't think anybody has an axolotl on their bingo card, but you could have an axolotl on your backpack so long as you're willing to forego.
I certainly could.
Yep, $32 and it's yours.
I don't really want it.
Come on, you could pretend that you could teach an axolotl to read.
I can read without this backpack.
I just realized what's incredibly AI about this. The book like folds open and then folds open again. It's got a double spine because the AI fucked up. Yeah. See it?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't notice that before. I was looking at the add your name part.
Wait, what do you mean? Like it folds open again?
See the way the book folds down like here and then opens? Like here's, I'll just stop it from doing that. Here's the spine and then here's the second spine. See?
Yeah.
It looks like it folds open.
Kind of.
The AI added well, you don't see it. The AI added the edge of the book twice. It used the same edge of the folding open page to make the side of the book.
Huh. I kind of see it, but at the same time, I'm a little struggling. But yeah, I think I kind of do see it.
You know what won't leave you struggling? The padded shoulders on the straps on this backpack. That'll leave you comfortable with your heavy weights all day.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Great. What a fantastic Amazon backpack.
Yep. It's got straps. It's got a band. It's adjustable. And it's made of material. It says right here. See? Material.
Material.
Yeah.
Great. I love backpacks that are made of material.
It's got a built-in zipper. None of those external zippers you have to buy after the fact, you know.
It's got side pockets so you can just stick trash in there.
Yeah. Well, everyone... there isn't... how do you know the difference between a guy's backpack and a girl's backpack? The guy's backpack doesn't have a stupid color-matched fucking water tumbler clicked onto the side of it. There isn't one girl on campus that's got a backpack. The campus I go to anyway, that doesn't have a fucking water cooler, water tumbler of some sort that's got a, what's the word? Carabiner clicker. And the color is always matched. Always. I don't think that the backpacks came with them. I think they went out and deliberately bought one that color matched their backpack.
Oh, well, they would have had to.
Well, I mean,
I don't think there's many backpacks that you can buy like that just come with a fucking water bottle.
I'd be willing to bet that there are.
Matches. No, I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm just saying there's not that fucking many of them.
Large capacity knapsack for school. CFAR? You can have a Lagry capacity knapsack.
Lagry capacity.
I'm just reading what it says here.
Oh, yeah, no, I see it. It's just Lagry capacity.
Yeah, it's a great backpack for daycare.
Fucking hell.
Higher kindergarten children. What's that? Is there higher and lower kindergarten? I guess. How anxious are you to get your kids off to being watched by strangers?
I mean, kindergarten, primary school for Australia, I guess. But, like, that's still, like... I don't think it's really levels there.
If you click the Customize Now button to upload your photo and leave us your meaningful words to personalize this excellent school Nats rucksack. Oh, it's a rucksack, too.
It's just old things.
Yep. So you don't need to put your name on there. It says add your name, but I'd go with add your name and put beneath it your, quote, meaningful words, unquote. Meaningful.
Very meaningful. Very wow.
What do you think the choking hazard is?
Excellent question. I wouldn't have a clue. What would a choking hazard on a backpack like this be?
I don't know. What the hell's a unisex child? kind of weird shit are they promoting here?
Oh, look at that. Origin country is China.
Yeah.
Who would have guessed?
The age range description is kid.
Kid. It's just kid. Capacity total 20 liters. Who measures a capacity of a backpack in liters?
Have I seen that?
Is that
before?
normal?
Yeah, I've seen that before because
Okay.
it's easily convertible to a volume measurement. So therefore, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. It's still just. I'm just imagining them pouring water into this thing and be like, yeah, this bitch holds 20 liters.
Yeah, more or less, like if you were to, how much volume space would it fill? Because the idea is because it's an odd shape, right? So they go for a volume metric measurement. You know, do you pull off the zipper or something? Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. It's just
probably.
You know,
that's all I could think it would be, like the zipper or something.
I saw something that I wanted to criticize here. Dorm doc.
Dorm doc. Okay.
That's right. It's a college medical kit.
What's in it?
Which is what leads me to my complaints. For $60, $58.95. This is the compact emergency med kit for dorm room, schools, sports with bandages, over-the-counter medicines for relief, gauze, quick care set. Let's just take a look at what 175 pieces included. You want to see what the majority of it is? Look.
What is it?
It's all over-the-counter tab medicine. Look at this.
Fucking Christ. That's...
They're antacids and headache medication, cold relief.
Yeah.
That's it. It's for 60, 4 pieces of, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen like you guys can see. Okay. At the bottom there, it's, there's Medialite, there's alcohol gauze wrapped. I just noticed they actually do have the world's cheapest digital thermometer there. That's nice. Antiseptic pads and shit like that. Non-stinging. Okay, fuck off. Non-stinging antiseptic wipes. Antibiotic ointment. I mean, but all these are like single use, right? Much like the Band-Aids are single use. So what do you get that's actually of a medical kit that can't just be bought separately and probably should be bought separately? The rubber gloves. As part of a med kit, I mean, right? The scissors.
Right.
The med tape. And the gauze, which looks like a shitty short amount of gauze there in the bottom right-hand corner.
That does not look like much.
No, it looks like there's more yards of med tape than there is of gauze. I just find this deeply insulting. This is a really bad thing to sell to people as a med kit. It's mostly just remedy medication.
Yeah, like this is a pretty fucking garbage.
What? No hard drugs? Lame. Yeah, that's what I mean. I get it. They don't.
None of the fun shit.
They don't want to give you, good stuff that you'd want in a med kit. Speed, morphine, a couple of fucking EpiPens, compressed gas for whippets, that kind of stuff. It's a dorm room, after all.
I'll at least give them credit. At least they do have the Band-Aids.
Yeah.
You know what? Was in the med kit at my last workplace?
What?
No Band-Aids.
Oh.
Don't know why. Well, no, I asked why because I did cut myself, right? Not badly, right? But it was enough where I'm like, right, yeah, I kind of want a Band-Aid. That would be probably the best option here, right?
Yeah.
So go ask, right? Yeah. So do we have like Band-Aids somewhere? Anywhere? No, because if you've cut yourself that badly, no, because if you get cut that badly, right? They thought, oh yeah, that'd be a hospital trip. You're not cut badly enough for a Band-Aid. It's like, but it is bleeding. It's not a bad cut, but I'd really rather this be covered up. Yeah, that was their excuse for not having Band-Aids.
Yeah, that's pretty weak.
Yeah, pretty fucking lame. Right? Like, it just... fucking Christ. Are you that cheap? Yes, the answer is yes. They are that cheap that they did not supply Band-Aids. So, I kind of just made my own Band-Aid with tape and a bit of, like, a paper towel, basically.
Yeah, I've done that. And it often works
Yeah.
better in the band-aids because the adhesive is better.
Yeah. So like it worked out. I got my band-aid because I fucking made it myself. But still, you know, what the fuck? Why is that how you go about having band-aids in a first aid kit? You just don't. So, you know, at least this one has band-aids.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll give them credit for that. But one thing I will say is that these ones right here in the center, like that, your Achilles tendon band-aids, which is often what they're used for when you get like a blister from a shoe
Right.
rubbing or something like that. That is a far more useful shape of a band-aid than this is a lot of the time. Because I mean, these are never long enough. What's that?
I don't think I've ever actually used the other one, but wait, what do you mean those aren't long enough? Those are way too long, usually. On me, anyway.
Well, yeah, for tiny little people. But for anyone else, like
Yeah, I'm usually using them on fingers, so it's like, yeah, this is way too long.
Yeah, I use them on a finger too, and they'll wrap around the finger, like wrap around your knuckle or whatever. But I want them to wrap around again because the adhesive on them is so shitty. And if you put them anywhere near a knuckle or any kind of flexible joint, just moving it is immediately going to cause them to slide out of place. I want to be able to wrap it around more than once. What I end up doing usually when I'm using one of those band-aids at home is I'll take my own wrap of med tape, my own roll of med tape, and go around it twice. And now the fucking thing's going to stay in place because I've got man-sized hands for.
Well, what kind of band-aids are you buying? Like the shitty plastic ones or the actual like fabric ones?
You know, I wish it was that simple. Yeah, I bought the fucking fabric ones
The
expecting them
fabric
to have
ones,
better adhesive, and they
they
don't.
usually do.
Yeah, I mean,
What fucking brand are you buying?
well, Flintstones brand. I like the ones with Dino on them.
Well, there's your fucking problem. Dino is not your friend, Polly.
Dino's everyone's friend, Far. Look at him. He's adorable. He's...
Not when he's on Band-Aids, not in Band-Aid form. Dino should not come back in Band-Aid form, Polly.
Yes,
it just doesn't work. No, it just does not fucking work.
I actually remember Dino Band-Aids from when I was a kid. Let me just see. Do they still sell them? Can you still get them? Band-Aids.
I mean, you probably can.
Flintstones. You know.
I mean, maybe not Flintstones, but I don't doubt that you could.
I'm just
get,
curious
like,
if they'll come up at all.
Band-Aids.
Well, let's see. Cartoon Network Flintstones vintage Band-Aids. What's with the octopus?
I don't know. Is that like an old cartoon? It'd have to be an old cartoon, right? Like, I have no idea what it is.
Oh my god, did somebody get out ahead of us and make... I mean, seriously, Far, how can you not love Dino? What's your problem? Look at him, he's great.
I'm not saying that he's not great. I'm just saying don't trust him when he comes in Band-Aid form.
Look, he's even good with children, see?
Yeah, but he's not a good Band-Aid.
Okay, whatever. I don't even get what's going on here.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't
hell?
see him in Band-Aid form, unfortunately. Hold on.
Those are...
Oh, Pixar dinosaurs,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's out on his own. Like his bindle even matches his spots.
What the fuck?
It's a lizard. It has no concept of love. What? You know, it wasn't a lizard.
You know what kind of Band-Aids I had as a kid?
Huh.
Wild Thornberries Band-Aids. I don't even fucking know why. I just did.
What's a wild thornberry?
Like, it's a cartoon.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that an Australian
Yeah, think
cartoon?
it's no, it's the same people as Rugrats. Exact. Wild Thornberries.
Oh, wild thornberry. Now, Rugrats, of course, I remember. Wild thornberry.
Yeah. Oh my god, it still appeared with Wild Barry though. That was weird.
Oh God, this is very Rugrats.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah, same. Yeah, it was animated by the same people.
Sure looks
Exact
like it.
same people. Yeah.
You've never heard of that show? I mean, I probably had, and just
I mean, to be fair,
I just flipped past it thinking
like,
it was
yeah,
Rugrats.
10 years
you know?
between us, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, why the fuck would you?
Even had a crossover movie. Yeah, I'm thinking that probably
They did.
I did see it, and I was just assuming I was watching weirdo Rugrats or something, like alt universe Rugrats. Huh.
Yeah, they
Or
sang
10 years between us. You know, Powerpuff
I mean, they did
Girls.
sing,
that was not from your childhood. You're still watching
that
it.
was from my childhood.
I don't know. Really, was it?
What the? Yes.
Why? What
What
year?
the fuck?
I don't know. When did Powerpuff Girls come out? I wasn't really paying attention.
Like in the 90s, I think, but like it was definitely still a big thing when I was a kid. Powerpuff Girls. I don't know why I made Power and Puff separate words, but yeah, 1998 to 2004.
Oh, holy shit! You could have been. Wait a minute. That means during your childhood, you could have been watching Batman the Animated Series. That was still on the go at that time. Why weren't you watching good stuff?
Yeah, but was that in Australia? Probably not. I mean, maybe it was and I just missed it, but like, why would I be watching that when I could watch Powerpuff Girls?
Why would you be watching Batman the Animated Series when you could be watching Powerpuff Girls? I mean, that.
I mean, Polly, I was a little girl.
Why
What
would
do you
I be
want from
going to
me?
a state fair rather than stabbing myself with a rusty knife? I mean, it kind of answers itself, doesn't it?
Why do you hate the Powerpuff Girls, man?
It's not hating though. It's just recognizing the obvious quality difference between that and Batman.
Have you
Far.
ever even watched
Batman.
the Powerpuff Girls? What the fuck?
Batman. I mean, yeah, I've watched Powerpuff Girls. I know Powerpuff. Look at this. Come on, it's Batman.
Yeah, that is certainly Batman, but it's not Powerpuff Girls.
Do you see Powerpuff Girls riding horses to fight criminal gangs that have taken over their town?
I mean, there might be an episode where they do that. There may be.
As wacky as that show got, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, honestly, like it's very possible.
You know, if I was rewriting Jem and the Holograms like we had discussed, right? I would have them on
Oh,
horseback
God, yeah.
fighting criminal
Right.
gangs. I would. I'm telling
With
you,
their
chat.
digital fairy godmothers, yeah.
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 I'm telling you, chat, our reimagined version of Jem and the Holograms fucking slap, man. It was fucking gold.
It kind of did. It kind of fucking did.
And it just required asking for, okay, what do girls actually like? You tell me. You know, and she told me. And then we
and it's
started
like-
working on that.
Yeah.
Like, what? That wasn't so hard, was it?
Because the funny thing is, right, when you really get down to it, yeah, little girls like a lot of the same shit that little boys do. It's just different context. That's all it is. It's just different dressing.
Yeah.
Like, and that's not even me, like, you know, exaggerating. It's true. Like, look at everything that little girls really love in media, right? Then look at everything little boys really love in media. It's the same shit, just different packaging.
Yeah.
Like, in one, yeah, right, boys, they love heroes and shit, like alternate secret identities. Girls love the same shit. It's just magical girls. That's all it is. It's just a different version of being a superhero.
See, I never bought for a
Bam.
second this
You
was
got
the
it.
this was the fantasy that girls had. I never believed that. I was like, don't they?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the superstar thing. It's the secret identity thing.
Right. Yeah, that much was obvious, right? It's like, oh, isn't that the cool part here? Like that you have this like public persona, but it's to not let it like fuck with your normal life. Yeah, it's the secret identity part. That's
Yeah.
the challenge and the fun thing, right? And that's what you would imagine
Yeah.
yourself in the role of, and that made sense. But yeah. The worst part of it, if we talked about it, is that the villains were totally wrong. Like nobody wanted to be the villain or play the villain. So in Jem and the Holograms, because their villains were terrible, the misfits, I just awful.
Yeah.
that was a big part of it. It's like, how do we make the villains cool? I mean, look at the villains. They just look like alternate versions of Jem and the Holograms. Like,
yeah, it's kind of just fucking lame.
It really is. Like, look, Far, they've got guitars.
And they've got leopard stripes and shit. Like, okay. Maybe not leopard stripes. That's not quite right, is it? Like, I'm confusing animals. But, animal stripe
Those are zebra
type
stripes.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoa, look at us. We're wild.
Yeah, and the big...
We're the misfits.
Oh, yeah, here's a better picture of them all. And they still got their... No, the guitars are gone. Why'd you take away one of their guitars? I can just imagine what they named them. Misfits from Jem and the Holograms, the rival group. Okay, oh shit! What was this style of toys called?
Oh,
with the big heads.
You're not talking about Bratz, are you? 'Cause that's not. I don't think that's the Bratz style.
Is it? Was it Bratz I was thinking of? Yeah, the big head bobblehead.
I don't know.
That show was the worst
You
fashion of the 70s.
You are going to have to be more specific with your description. There's a lot of dolls like that.
Well, okay, touche. And not in my mind, but then again, I don't know girl toys very well, to my own credit. Oh yeah, quick, get yourself a sticker of the Misfits. Cougars were a thing of my youth and I missed it. Right, Brian Wilson? These are just like, wine moms out for a night on the town. This is what the kids dress like, right? No. The Misfits were way cooler
than fuck?
What's that?
Sorry, no, just Bratz is weird as fuck. Kids shouldn't have skimpy dolls. I'll say this as someone that did have Bratz dolls growing up. Like, I get it. You don't really want them having skimpy dolls, but at the same time, have you seen some of the clothing choices that they give Barbie dolls?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of not really all that different. Like, I get it, and I'm a little bit looking back on that going, wow, yeah, that was a bit weird. But at the same time, these dolls did reflect the fashion of the time. There was way worse out there than Bratz. Like, personally, I would kind of probably consider Winx Club a little bit worse, and even then, that's fine, right? It's just they're not. It wasn't really ever promoting, being a whore. So, weird clothing choices.
Yeah, none of them were ever really whores. Like, even the girls that, like, the Misfits here, that, and Mort looked it up. They're Pizzazz, Roxy, Stormer, and Jetta are their names.
Jetta and Roxy are somehow the most normal names. How the fuck?
Wow. You guys dressed up like this, huh? Like on purpose, huh?
Yeah, they really did.
Yeah. You only see 3 of them in most of them, and I'm like, oh no, that's Jem and the Hologram.
Yeah.
Yeah, you only see 3 of them, but apparently there's 4. I mean, Jem and the Holograms, they got 4. So yeah, I guess. There we are, the Misfits.
It really doesn't help that they all have the same basic face as well, which I know, like, that's a thing with a lot of these styles. Like, yeah, they're gonna have the same basic face, but there's just nothing really that makes them stand apart from each other.
Yeah,
you can tell that the hair is supposed to be doing most of the work there.
It really is. Yeah,
and
she's the green
it's not
one.
doing it.
Yeah, Pizzazz has the green.
Yeah,
hair.
we got we got the black-haired one, the green-haired one, the white-haired one, and the blue-haired one. Okay. Is there anything else to them? No. They're the bad guys.
Yeah.
That's it.
And their whole shtick was like, who's gonna get their album put out? And they both have the guy that's helping them in the show, right? It'll be like Jerica, Jem's like real world persona, or who Jem really is actually, is Jerica, and then Jerica becomes Jem. Yeah, I know the basic story. I've seen the first episode. It explains everything. Leave me alone. Jem is trying to get more albums put out and live this life of Jem, and the Misfits are like, no, we're better than you. Our album should come out. And that's their whole push, is just trying to get their album published by their male manager, while Jerica's male managers trying to get their albums put out. And so they do basically a,
Oh my god.
what's the,
Sorry, I just noticed something here.
Hmm.
One of these images is from the Pooh's Adventures wiki. I can't believe it. We found it in the wild.
Yeah, I
The
saw that.
fucking
Yeah,
Pooh's Adventures
right there.
wiki.
You're right.
Yeah, the fucking Pooh's Adventures. Fucking Christ.
Yeah.
What the fuck were they doing with the Misfits?
Anything they wanted, which is frightening.
Really?
There's some
Yeah.
serious
It's just,
degeneracy
oh, I
over
don't,
on
I
that
don't
wiki.
know. I don't know if I want to know. But at the same time, it's just, it's there. It's there.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Pizzazz is the one
Sorry.
with green hair. Because she was the only one that really talked in the episode that I saw anyway. Why she only got one leg warmer on? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I did.
Or,
yeah.
or one knee
probably
sock,
a
I
fashion
guess.
thing. Probably a fashion thing. Asymmetrical shit.
Yeah.
Which can work. You can do asymmetry. Just, yeah, why are you wearing only one sock?
You know, I had a hand-me-down toy when I was a kid. I just thought of this because I was thinking, like, you know, they look like Madonna. Just everything was just way too many accessories. We just over-accessorize everything.
Yeah.
I heard that was one of the, you know, somebody making fun of 80s fashion. They kept showing pictures of Madonna to make fun of, like, oh, here's the quintessential 80s fashion icon, right? And it just accessories and more accessories, you know, bracelets and bangles and, you know, like 35 different things on her fucking wrists and fingers at one time. Like, yeah, that seems about right.
I actually like the one that's in the bottom left there. That girl.
This one?
Yeah, like that's fine.
Hold on. Can't quite see that one because there we go. Oh, shit.
Yeah, she's fine. The rest of them, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But that one's like, that works. That works.
It looks like she's supposed to be holding a guitar too, but there's no neck coming out of this guitar.
Yeah, I think it's a bag or something.
Oh, yeah, here
Look
would
how
be the
it's kind of, like,
strings.
hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the straps, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why is she the only one that doesn't get a musical instrument? Even this idiot has a black saxophone.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, but just, I don't know. She's the only one there that it's like, this is fine. This is fine.
Yeah. So this, I saw this, Transformers Watch Digital. It's like, holy shit, I had that as a hand-me-down toy from one of my cousins. I thought it was the coolest toy ever when I was a kid. So I watched this video on it because it was, had that in the thumbnail. This little fucking thing.
Oh, okay.
And apparently everyone had one of these in the 80s. You know, I was oh, fuck. Screw you, you son of a bitch. One of these things. Sure, you're somebody who's like of the right age range will remember this. Yeah, my cousin had like the little strap and like the it was still in it. Now, by the time I was done playing with it, I still had the robot dude. The watch and it didn't work no more. The clock didn't work no more. It still had a battery in it. I don't know what I did with it. I probably like, you know, threw it off a roof playing with it or something. But
as you do, you just get up on the roof, just toss it down, like, yeah.
Well, sure, robots
Take
can
that,
fly.
you robot shit.
Well, yeah, do you know how much trouble I got in? Okay, what do you think I did after the first time I saw Empire Strikes Back? I went and took my Han Solo action figure and put him in water and froze him in the freezer, of course.
Oh my god.
Han Solo was frozen in carbonite. What, was I not going to do it? Of course I did. I did. Anybody who knows Empire and had Star Wars toys, you know what I'm talking about. Tell me you didn't freeze your Han Solo in an ice cube tray. I got in so much trouble. You know, run back. Why is there one of your stupid little figures in my fridge? You know, yeah, my mom let me have it. I remember getting yelled at for that. Well, you know, it's not like I don't know. Like she made drinks at one of her dinner parties and it had a fucking action figure in it or something by accident. So what was she so mad about?
That would be funny though.
Damn right. I had
Han Solo frozen in ice in someone's drink. Yeah.
the story around this stupid little watch toy far, I think you would find it interesting. It's like basically a story of lost media, but physical media, like physical toy, as opposed to cartoon or something or commercial. These toys came out and had nothing to do with Transformers, brand name by Hasbro at all. They were just a Japanese toy company's attempt to get on the robot craze that was going on in the 80s, right? But then they were
Oh, really?
yeah.
Okay.
But then they were, and a whole bunch of toys, and this is the part I think you would find interesting. The Transformers themselves are an original Japanese toy company's toy that was then purchased and licensed for Hasbro to sell in the United States under the brand name Transformers, and then were reintroduced back into the Japan marketplace as now brand name Transformers. So they went from Japan to America, from America back to Japan, and just sold as a rebranded toy.
Right. Okay.
This toy watch is the same kind of idea. It sold very well and sold in the United States under that original toy company's name as this little transforming guy. But there were 4 of them. Like, and the dude guy that it transformed into was only one of them. There was also a gun, which you would never get today because guns, ew. Yeah, and there was a little creature of some sort, like a little leopard kind of guy, and so on. And they sold, and then again, Hasbro licensed this, and they were, reintroduced to the marketplace as a transforming toy now, and then resold back into Japan as a transformer. But under now it's part of the Transformers universe, and it's got its own little storyline. But because these were so common, they were copied and knocked off by every company in the world. And they're like, if you have an original one, here's how you know. It's going to say this, that, and a third. It won't say quartz across it. Mine totally said quartz across it, so I didn't have a real one.
Right.
I mean, but as toys for boys go, this was pretty cool. You got a transforming watch. That's kind of awesome, man.
Yeah. Like, holy shit.
It's a simple little thing, but and they sold it as it transforms into 5 things. I'm like, what 5 things? If you fold its legs up underneath it, it's like, ooh, it's arm robot, and then leg robot, and then, just as like a square thing, it's like Watchman. No, you just halfway transformed it and called it a different transformer. That doesn't count. I remember these things now. The legs never folded up right. To me, it kind of ruins it. Like, if it doesn't have the watch function in the center of its chest, it just isn't any good. And I was surprised that the cassette tapes, Rumble and Frenzy, that were the Decepticon versions of it, those were made by another toy company, again, relicensed for the idea. So here you have like the boombox, right, in the form of Blaster. And in the cartoon, he would always push a button that's up on his shoulder here, and the cassette opening would come out, and these little dude bros would come flying out and fight fights. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, here, look at these little guys. They're like little cassette tapes, but they would transform into like the little laser beak. Oh my God, I'm such a fucking nerd. I can tell which creature it is when it's still folded up just by its colors. Oh my God. Yeah, this is the one that turns into Laserbeak, the little bird-like creature. This is the Jaguar, and this is Frenzy, and this is Rumble. My God, I'm a nerd. It's fine. Oh yeah, see, here's a little panther. Cool. Ravage. Cassette Transformers G1 Ravage price. I don't even want to know how much it costs for a good condition one of these. Can you imagine?
Ah, too much. Too much.
Gotta say, as cool Transformers go, it's cool that that actually does look like a panther. You know what I mean? And that it folds up into this little thing. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. That all sounds familiar. So none of those things were anything to do with Transformers originally. They were a separate toy company in Japan's introduction. Like, oh, look, it's a cassette tape and it turns into a little robot guy. It's like, and the Hasbro people were like, I need this in my life, or at least under our brand name. Let's buy it. Yeah, okay. And then reintroduce them as Transformers. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If there's one thing the Japanese are not lacking, it's a sense of imagination. My God. Like a whole bunch of separate companies doing like robots and shit. And it's like an American company goes, you know what? Yeah, we could do something with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The original Japanese toy covers. Nice. Well, these are encore of G1. So they reintroduced all the original Generation 1ers. They just call it like first generation Transformers G1, which is also what they call the original animated series from 85, G1. I think 85 or 84. And they reintroduced them all, and these like outsell the other ones. And it's like, yeah, you guys better sell as many as you can to the aging children. I'm one of them. It's fine. Because when they're gone, what do you ever think, Far? Are you old enough now that you're starting to go, wow, these kids ain't gonna have nothing when they get older?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
You're
yeah,
old enough
yeah,
to think that? It's
Yep.
I remember. Do you know Sinbad the comedian?
Vaguely.
He's got a very particular looking face. That guy. Sinbad comedian. There he is, Sinbad. Ring a bell at all?
Not really.
No.
I've heard the name, but like I'm not really.
I saw a stand-up that he did one time, and his stand-up was pretty good. Definitely funny. Oh, he's part of a whatchamacallit, where you feel you've been pushed into another universe like I have from my original Fruit Loops universe, spelled Fruit. What's it called? A Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mort. Fuck, I just looked up. You see, it just came out like 2 seconds before I said it. Yeah, the Mandela effect thing, where people believe, what is it, that Shaquille O'Neal was in a film playing the genie in the bottle, and it's like, no, what I think you're thinking of, and people they tried to like explain it. It's like, no, but Sinbad was in a movie, the comedian, where and it's like people transformed it in their imaginations to be that they thought Shaquille O'Neal was in this movie. And it's like, no, that movie never existed.
Right.
But it's this guy. He just came to mind when I saw him. I haven't thought about that in a while. In any case, he did this one stand-up routine. He's talking about how he feels bad for the generation underneath him. Because me and my wife, we can still go around and we can go see, the Four Tops who are still touring. It's like, it's a throwback. Yeah, of course it is. We can see Smokey Robinson in concert. This is what was going on when I was a kid. And we would get their LPs, like their vinyl records and shit. We could go see them. Your Shazam. Yeah, there's the thing. We had never been in a genre of music that we're really into where you can't see. He goes, what are you guys going to do? Go see Snoop Dogg performing when he's 60? You don't want to see that. That'd be creepy. What do you want to see this old man? He starts going through all these different hip hop acts going, you guys are going to have nothing when you get older. It's sad. And it always stuck with me, that joke he was telling, because it's like, Far, what are kids our age gonna, the kids that were our age back in the day that are, they're just like 15, 16 now. What are they gonna do when they're our age? Your age at 10 years older when they're my age. What are they gonna do? Go to watch some kid laying in his bed doom scrolling through TikTok? Is that gonna be the flashback to their youth? I don't know. I remember watching an interview with this one MC and producer. His name's Eric Sermon. And he's talking about going on tour with his then rhyme partner from EPMD. So it's Paris Smith and Eric Sermon, and they're still doing tours. So Sinbad wasn't exactly right. People are still going to go watch certain hip hop acts, but they had to have been not entirely youth oriented. Like, again, 67-year-old Snoop Dogg. Nobody wants to see that. That's just, because it's not credible to have him with his bullshit on stage rhyming. Right, but these guys could be in their 40s and still doing that because it makes sense for them and it still works because of their lyrical content wasn't, absolutely youth oriented where it looks ridiculous for you to be an older man doing it. And he's talking about that's the problem. Eric Sherman in this interview is saying that these kids that are trying to come up right now, that they're trying to get fame. All they're doing is that they're not producing any tracks. They're just getting into online battles as influencers, not MCs, trying to get known on social media. And they're talking about guys like, Tekashi 6ix9ine. Like, what's Tekashi 6ix9ine's body of work? Nothing. Like, no one really remembers his body of work. They remember his online antics. Because that's the way you have a lot with these, Chicago drill rappers.
Wasn't he arrested?
Yeah, he
or
was
something.
arrested and he sold everybody out and then became a state's evidence
Yeah,
witness.
right.
And yeah, that's him with the rainbow hair. People are going to remember his antics, not music that he has. That's the point Eric Sermon is making in this interview. He goes, people are showing up to our concerts now. He goes, let me tell you, if you go over to our Spotify channel, he goes, what do you got? He goes, well, all of our albums, both like my Parish's solo albums and all of those things being streamed, our albums together as EPMD, they're all being streamed. We have millions of listens per month. And believe me, if you don't have millions of listens per month on Spotify, you ain't making shit. And I'm like, wow, that's a truth bomb right there. Yeah, because we all know about that Spotify. If you're not getting millions of fucking views and downloads, I mean, millions is only pennies per listen. You know what I mean? So it never adds up to anything unless you're getting unbelievable amounts of downloads and listens. Okay. It makes sense what he's saying. And then he goes, but these kids right now, all they're doing is trying to develop that fame. And the interviewer cuts in with one of the most memorable lines ever. It's like, you mean to tell me no one's going to, in 20 years, going to want to hear these guys on stage recounting YouTube beefs they had?
No.
No. And Eric Sermon goes, no, they're not. And he just stops and looks up at him like, wow, you said that so dry. I didn't even realize you were just being a smart ass. You know what I mean? He's like, no, they really won't. That's exactly it. No one's going to give a fuck about your YouTube beef, your social media bullshit from 20 years ago. What are you going to go on tour with? You're going to be that guy where they're making videos. You will be on social media, but it'll be whatever happened to videos that are going to be about you. Ouch. Ouch. Kids will have DSP and Mr. Beast. It's sad. Oh.
Do kids watch DSP?
I think kids know of DSP as that guy, as opposed to DSP before he was that guy.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Like, that'd be the only reason to know of him. But yeah, it just still, like, do kids watch DSP?
No, but they know the memes about him.
I don't do it. Right.
That garbage human. PewDiePie in 20 years. PewDiePie had, you know what? I have respect for PewDiePie that he was able to continually morph himself into new and interesting versions. You know what I mean? Original.
Like PewDiePie's a little different, really, because he just didn't just stick to the same shit.
Yeah, he definitely demonstrated himself to be flexible, and that's good.
And for the most part, he tried to keep himself away from shit. Sure, he fucked up sometimes, but it's, I don't think I really remember him being that involved with drama,
It's funny that Shadowclaw, you just said Markiplier. I don't even need to watch Markiplier to know that the guy's flexible and it needs to be respected simply for the length of time that he's had and he's still at it. Like, you don't even, just from like Eve and Zelthorn, people like mentioning Markiplier, it's like, yeah, that guy's obviously pretty flexible and smart at what he's doing, or otherwise he wouldn't still be around, You want to, just as a weird note, you want to talk about, how weird it is for me when I say worlds are colliding far, when spheres on YouTube collapse into each other and it feels like, the merge is on kind of thing.
Yeah, the merge is on again.
Right. Where this type of person, what do they even have to do with this other sphere of social media that I watch? And suddenly you see them together and it's like, worlds are colliding, the merge is on, this is not okay. You know what I mean? It's just, this is odd. David Wood and Apostate Prophet. The last stream that they did was about Carl Benjamin. Sargon of Akkad.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's what I mean. When I was like, what, why? What's going on
I've
here?
had that before. No, I've had that before with Kirsha, right? Where like she said like, things that we've said as joke, like academics, please respond. She's said that.
Really?
Yes, she knows about academics. Please respond. It's like she says things occasionally where it's just like, holy shit, we've been in the same spheres of YouTube for way too long and not even realized it. What the fuck?
Excuse me.
It's fucking bizarre every time it happens. Then there was another one, right? Where it was just a game, a guy that just talks about video games, right? Then he starts in like some of his videos starts playing like Wings of Redemption clips, and it's just like, what is this? What is this? Why is this happening? Just fucking weird. Really fucking weird.
Yeah, it is. It's I get the idea that like if people that have been on YouTube for long enough or been on social media for long enough might eventually just through they might have been very, very far apart in terms of like likelihood to even cross paths. But like as time goes on and more people that have been around that long are filtered out, the odds become higher that they're going to cross each other's paths, if that makes sense.
Right.
You know, and it's like, yeah, okay. That's the way David Wood introduced him. He goes, for those of you who don't know, like Carl Benjamin don't know him by that name, you might know him by Sargon of Akkad. And he's a guy that's been on YouTube, God, for a little bit less time than I have, which gives you an idea how long he's been on. You know, they can all talk about what it was like in 2009 and 2008 on YouTube.
Right.
And it's like, whoa, there's not many of you left.
I mean, technically, I could also say what it was like, but just as a child, you know, watching Charlie the fucking Unicorn.
Yeah, not the exact. I mean as content
Not
creators,
exactly the same
right?
thing.
Yeah.
But like, it's like, you know, I can say, yeah, be very glad that the player is better. Yeah. Be very glad about that.
Yeah, I hope that there's a different platform we're on one day where they're saying what happened to YouTube. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Just the ownership of the concept of platforms pisses me off. Like that, you know, YouTube is so much the powerfully fuck off place you need to go. That if you're not successful on YouTube, you're not successful anywhere, and that's unfortunate. I'd like to see more competition in that way, you know. And
yeah,
but it seems somebody opined this the other week, and it's like, oh, fuck you for being right. You know, where you just want to tell the person to fuck off, but you know they're right what they're saying. The only way that you're going to get competitive platforms in that way now, at least for the foreseeable future, is if they're blue sky like platforms, that they're directly associated with saying fuck you to another form, that it's all one type of person that's going to be there.
Yeah, unfortunately. And you're not wrong. Just fuck.
It's who wants to be big on fucking blue sky, for example, even if you are somebody who's really into liberal politics, it's, man, the place is just going to like turn in on itself and become a circular firing squad sooner than later.
It already is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I hear about what's going on over blue sky. Never been there once myself.
No. I haven't either, but I've heard enough where it's just like, they already do that to themselves.
Yeah. Unsurprisingly, people that can't get along on a platform as wide and broad as Twitter, oh, there's too many racists here. Oh my God, you guys don't want to end up in a circle by yourselves. You'll just eat each other. And it looks like they are. Right. Blue sky is also dying too. Imagine. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, wow.
And plus, I think people get burned out, and I don't blame them, on new platform fatigue. Remember vid.me? Yes, I remember vid.me. Let's not start naming off all of the fucking scam platforms that came along to quickly, you know, gain some notoriety and then fuck off. Blue sky is commie red. Yeah, it's pretty obvious what they wanted to be, and yeah, it's a increasingly tight spiral into oblivion where everybody's in a purity spiral, and so it only gets more and more pure as they kick people out, and then of course the circle gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and then there's only one person left who's the, you know, gay, black, trans woman in a wheelchair, etc. You know, all of the things, so therefore is unassailable. Okay, moving along. I wanted to revisit Reader's Digest after last week's nightmare session. Remember that?
God. Yeah, I unfortunately do remember that.
Was that 51 of your favorite facts that are actually false? That turned out to be a pretty bad list. Here's a shorter one. And it looks like it's actually written by a person. Megan Jones in this case.
Are you sure about that? That's not just the name of the AI?
I know. It's Paulie, you're so stupid. Megan Jones is the name of a subset version of ChatGTP 4. You didn't know? Fuck no, I didn't. But here we go. 9 famous moments in history that never actually happened.
Oh boy.
You probably accepted these 9 occurrences as historical fact, but they're actually totally false, or at least highly embellished. Any guesses to what's going to be on here for?
Well, considering I can see the first one, it's going to be, what, Rome burned while Nero twiddled his thumbs?
Or played the fiddle, it looks like.
Yeah, but you get what I mean, though,
Yep.
right? That whole thing, yeah, I'm guessing that's the first one.
Yeah, it looks like it is. I'm trying to think what would be a famous moment from American history. Oh, you don't think of George Washington chopping down the cherry tree, do you? I mean,
that probably would.
That was
be on
obviously
there, right?
apocryphal. Nobody intended anyone to
Yeah,
believe
but
that was a historical occurrence.
Yeah, but that would probably be on there. Maybe. If they're going to go that deep with it.
Paul Revere.
Well, maybe not deep.
I'll have you know that he did do that carving of the Boston Massacre, sir. That was an actual historical event. You didn't mean him going on his Minuteman ride to warn the British are coming, did you? Nero didn't fiddle while Rome burned. There you go, Far. You're right.
Yeah, there we go.
Ah, Nero, the original unconcerned bystander. That was a little funny. Well, this first century Roman emperor certainly isn't blameless in the story of Rome's fiery fall. Well, it wasn't a fall at all. It was just part of it burned. He definitely wasn't playing the fiddle during it. For one thing, Nero wasn't even in the city when the fire began. He was in Antietam, about 30 miles outside of the city for another. Well, he could be fiddling from Antietam. They never said he was in Rome. He was just fiddling while Rome burned. Megan. There was no such thing as a fiddle in ancient Rome. Oh, my God. Did you really think that they meant an actual fiddle?
I thought it was like
Twiddle de sums as in fiddle dee.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But obviously not.
Fiddle's in his Polly. Yeah, I know. I get it. Or do you even know the difference between a violin and a fiddle?
Is one bigger than the other?
I don't know. I was hoping you knew. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
I don't even know either. I'm just being an asshole. Apparently, there's also something called a viola that looks very much like a fiddle and a violin, but isn't. I don't know. Let's see. There's no such thing as a fiddle. While Nero was a musician, supposedly liked to play a large harp-like instrument called a urethra. He sure wasn't playing an instrument that would appear until the 11th century. A Roman historian has claimed that. The Roman historian has claimed that, if anything, he was singing about the legendary fall of Troy when he learned the city was burning, but there was no witness accounts to back this up. There never are. I mean, were Tacitus and Plutarch ever citing actual witnesses in any of the histories they wrote?
I don't fucking know.
No, I don't think they were. They're usually writing a hell of a long time after the fact, but he wasn't playing a what? A urethra. What says here? I don't know. Okay,
What?
number 2. Rats didn't actually spread the Black Death. Okay, before reading this, what do you think they're going to say? It was the fleas living on, the fleas and the lice living on, well, mostly the fleas, I guess, because of the blood transfer living on the rats. Is that what they're going to do here, you think?
Maybe.
Is it, okay, you tell me. Is it just me, or is it the internet that made plague doctors popular and associated with the Black Death? And before the internet took hold of plague doctors, no one really gave a fuck about these weird crow-faced people.
I think you're right. But I mean, I like the aesthetic, but yeah, you're probably right.
I mean, so people give explanations as to why their masks look like that. It was for this, it was for that. Okay. It was for, whatever the reasons. How could they not know how incredibly fucking creepy they looked? Tell me they didn't know there was a creep factor to it. I don't care what year you're living in. You walk into town wearing that, saying you're a plague doctor, you're going to fucking freak some people out, man. And you have to know it. I don't care what the century is. Nah, they're in movies older than the internet. I don't know. As a popular rendition of it? Maybe. Recent studies have discovered that rats may have not actually to be blamed for this devastating plague that wiped out a third of 14th century Europe. So it's time to rat out the real culprit. Scientists say, at the University of Oslo, conducted an experiment that assessed the potential transmission routes of the deadly pandemic. They discovered that parasites that carry the disease were much likely to have been humans, came from humans and rats. The model showing the disease spread by human fleas and lice matched the death rates of the actual Black Death much more closely than the model involving parasite-carrying rats. See, I'd always heard the idea that the rats were dying of plague too because it was mammals that were susceptible to it.
Yeah.
The rats themselves died too, and since they were so populous, there'd be dead rats everywhere, so it was like a natural assumption that they were the ones spreading the disease since they were also dying of it. This is the notion that I heard. But, this is like heard somebody say somewhere at some point. I cannot reference where, so, don't take that as a fact. SCP-049. Yeah, I'm not surprised that plague doctors are an SCP. When they take their mask off, their face is actually shaped like that far.
Yeah?
Yeah. Do you remember that ultra creepy meme that Zelthor refused to stop posting where somebody reached up and took off the toucan's beak to show that it had a human face under there and how creepy it was?
Oh, God.
I had to remind you,
Yeah, no, that
right?
was creepy.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that. That was really fucking cool of you.
Seriously, guys, the toucan's beak just came right off and it just had a human face and nose under there. It was freaky, man. All of this to add to the list of trickery U.S. war history, questions people never got right. Oh, okay, they're linking to another one of their thingamajiggers here.
Right.
Number 3, the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria weren't the name of Christopher Columbus's ships. Okay, but you should learn how to pluralize words that end in S better than that, Reader's Digest. When it comes to Columbus, the only fact that the history books have really gotten right is that he sailed in 1492. Thank you. Howard Zim's People's History of the United States. Go fuck yourself, Zim. You lying fucking retcon son of a bitch, you. Did you know that Christopher Columbus was nothing but a murdering maniac slave trader? Sure, let's go with that. Why not? First of all, he didn't discover America. Yeah, that's brand new.
Yeah, okay.
A crew of Vikings actually sailed to Canada around 1000 AD. Yeah, that's badly reported on. Their settlement is really poorly understood to be a true Viking settlement and could have easily been a Aboriginal native settlement. Wasn't necessary. It's like, well, how do you explain these things that were at the location, meaning like, archaeological indications of Scandinavian visits from that time, because these materials and such.
Well, yeah, visits.
Well,
it doesn't necessarily mean they have to be like actually there. I'm not saying it one way or the other, but like contact, yeah, okay, that'll do it.
Contact would do it, but I mean, just how badly reported on, like the people who did the finds of these beach-bound settlements that were very close to the water and so on, and identified as Viking, representing early. No, those are very poorly understood to be that. Nobody really in archaeology asserts them as being that. They're very tentative. They're saying it's possible. It's, anything that indicates a pre-Columbian contact with North America is a really highly popular notion for people that are like, oh yeah, you think that Columbus was the first. I don't really care if he was the first or not. I mean, scaling down here. Yeah, they don't even mention he was the first to discover, America. It's like, actually, he didn't land in America. He landed in Cuba, you fucking retards. Like, they don't want to say that, though. It's like, Columbus never discovered America. No one ever said he did. You did. He discovered the New World, as in new to Europeans, yes. If you want to make a big deal out of that, go ahead. So the guy was a Democrat? No, Howard Zinn was not a Democrat, but he's very popular. Well, it's not real. I don't really know what his political leanings are. It doesn't really matter. He's very popular with Democrats, though. There's no question about that. Why don't you read A People's History of America and find out what's going on? It's like, no, I'd rather not read somebody's retconned America sucks history. Thank you very much. The Gulf of Columbus. That's good. Even the oft-repeated names of the ships aren't historically accurate. In the 15th century, most sailing ships were named after saints, so while the Santa Maria is probably its real name, the Nina and the Pinta were probably just casual sailor nicknames and more piously named vessels. For more piously named vessels. According to History.com, the Nina's real name was likely the Santa Clara, while the Pinta's real name is unknown. Here are some more history and science facts you probably always believed they were totally untrue. Yeah, well. Martin Luther probably didn't dramatically nail his 95 Theses to the church door. Oh, man, don't get me started. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, okay.
Well, just dramatically? Yeah, there's the fucking...
Well, yeah.
There was nothing dramatic about
dramatically.
it. No, it wouldn't have been. It was a huge church door in Wittenberg, and it's like, so everyone could see it! Because everyone could read Latin, because that's what the 95 Theses were posted in, Latin. So who could have read that? Him and his fellow scholars and monks, and that's about it. Oh, you mean the people he was actually proposing to debate on these 95 points, and that's why he was putting them up? I want to debate these points with you guys, with his peers, not the common man. Because the common man, first of all, was completely illiterate. And second of all, the last thing they're going to be literate in is Latin.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people just don't realize about this period of time. Or like just think like for a long time, right? Like, things were written in Latin. Not everyone spoke Latin, unless they were,
a monk.
Monks, church people,
Yep.
educated people. Like the general layperson did not read or speak Latin. It's kind of why the Divine Comedy, right? Why that's such an important thing to have been written in just not Latin. Because that wasn't written in Latin. That was written like what? Some version of Italian? So they could read it out to people?
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Like, that's why that was seen as like such a big deal. Because, yeah, that was not Latin. That was a first. Probably not the first one that was like that, but a first, highly unusual.
Sweet. Thanks for the coronary, Valine. Game Valine, thank you for the $18. I sent the picture of that 10-foot SIG ad when I bought myself stuff thinking of thinking it was prep for shouting tards near me tomorrow. Now it's stuff I bought ahead of being angry for once. Valine sent me this image of this 10-foot tall ad for 6 Hour pistols. What was the slogan they went with? Never compromise, or only accept the best, or something along those lines. It's like, yeah, that sounds like something Sig would say. Well, there we go. Let me think about prep. Okay. Let's just read what they got here. The Revolutionary Monk. Martin Luther and his list of grievances about the Catholic Church have gone down in history as a catalyst for the Protestant Reformation. While the 95 Theses were real and did have a major impact on people's perceptions of the Catholic Church, the events didn't quite go down the way you've learned. There was no historical evidence that Luther posted these theses on the church door. That story wouldn't appear until 30 years later, after 1517, the year the act was supposed to have taken place. What we know for certain is that he very politely mailed his 95 Theses to the Archbishop and never actually intended to start a revolution within the church. Luther was a devout Catholic. He simply wanted the clergy to recognize their corruption. Even if he did post these theses on the church door, it wasn't quite the defiant act historians have portrayed it as. It was actually the norm, since that's where the church notice board was located. Shocked? No, I'm not. I think what people would be shocked to find out is his incredible sycophantian deference that he gave to the Pope throughout them. It's a wonderful trap to lay for people that really believe. Yeah, he was telling the Catholic Church to get fucked. So you'd agree with the 95 Theses. Yeah. So all of the wonderful things and praise that he lumps upon the papacy in general and the current pope in particular, you would agree with. No, what, he didn't do that. Oh, I see you've totally read the 95 Theses, so you know. The thing that's surprising is how I think we would probably call it splitting hairs he gets. I mean, it just, so you read like Theses 15 through 23, it's a little bit difficult to discern why they're different theses at all. Like they sound like they're talking about the same thing, and he's more reiterating a point. Well, he's a monk of very finely tuned arguments where it's like, yeah, no, you separate out all of your little pedantic points in that way. And that's why they ended up numbering 95. If he summarized what he was thinking, they probably wouldn't have ended up being more in 15 or 20. I'm not even saying that, just in a modern way. That's the way you would do it. You wouldn't parse everything out so granularly. But yeah, you got very granular at that time in argumentation. To make sure you're not overlapping your points, to make sure each one is dealt with separately, to not jump too far ahead. It's like, okay, it's a different way of doing logical argumentation. I get that, but wow, that's a reason why there were so many of them. Polydub will be mad at me when he's the light I got. The weapon light you got? Damn it. I want a cool weapon light. I got that weapon light money, yo. And the paid month meme you sent. Hold on. I'll double check that.
Pride Month meme.
What's that?
No, just repeat Pride Month meme.
Yep. Oh, your turn. Right. Okay. I did forget about this, but hold on. Let's check it out now. Boom.
Fucking Christ. Really? Really?
I did totally forget about that. Thank you for reminding me, Ron Corpse. Based. Yeah, it totally is. I don't get it. That's the fallen angel. And his pride or his sin was what? Pride. Platty. Okay, that's funny.
God. Don't encourage him.
Somebody sent it to me. It's not my fault.
So,
Oh, you're thinking it was what's his name?
Icarus?
Icarus. Thank you. I'm like, too close to the sun. And his father made the wings, and he didn't pay attention to the instructions that came with them. Always read the instructions, Icarus. I'm kidding. Don't ever do that. Instructions are cheating. You did fine. It isn't the weapon light. It's the EDC Pocket Sun. Oh, cool. Actually, I do want to see that. Remember the pocket light that Gilcotto turned us on to? It was like a 15,000 lumen pocket light. Where it had its own like heat sinks off the back of it. Like, why would you ever need something that powerful, man? Like in your line of work, because he said he does use it for work. And he's like, it's really something to be able to poke your head up into an attic and just like flash the light around to see where all the cables are running and shit. And the whole place becomes like daylight. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Asked and answered.
Yeah, no,
well done. Yeah. Poke your head into an attic and all of a sudden it's daylight in there. I don't see a problem. And it's helpful that it's got those heatsink fins on the back of it. You don't want to grip that thing too close to its housing when it's on for any more than 30 seconds. Like, yeah, I mean, my Surefire flashlight, the one I got right here, is only 1,000 lumens, and it gets not hot, but a little uncomfortable to hold. That's about as hot as it gets, but that's plenty fucking hot for a flashlight. Or a torch, as it's appropriately called. 100,000 lumens, supposedly. Okay, Valine, that does count as a pocket sun. What are you doing?
Why do you need that?
Yeah. Fire this off to Sam. I don't think he saw this. Speaking of which, have you seen Sam's current OBS setup for?
No, I don't think I have.
Look at that.
What the fuck?
I know. What the fuck kind of, yeah. As your eyes just dance around going, what
fuck?
are all those widgets? What the fuck? Like it, yeah. This is what he's looking
Yeah,
at.
what?
Mm-hmm. My shit don't look like that, yo.
Sam, are you okay? This doesn't seem okay.
Here, Chad, I can show you. This is what my shit looks like. Okay, see right here. This is me. See how simple?
Yeah, mine looks the same.
Right.
Mine looks exactly the same. You've got the scenes, the sources, the audio mixer.
Yeah.
I've got scene transition next to it. For some reason, I just never really bothered to remove it.
Yeah, Far and I even have a name for this
right?
setup. We like to call it default. It.
Yes. Yes.
We could
What
probably
the
do a
fuck,
little better.
Sam?
Probably do a little bit. Sam.
Probably could, but at the same time, I don't think there's anything wrong with what we do.
Wrong? No, but I'm willing to bet that I could do. I don't really want to. Okay, I get the feeling that Sam's running something with a lot more hardware power, where I don't think I could run the stream itself by looking at the OBS display of the screen. There's too much of a latency there. If you know what I mean, like I really need to be looking at the screen and then have OBS capture the screen as opposed to watching OBS's screen capture as if it's live. He's got that little latency on it. I have too much of that. It's better to just run OBS in the background and bring it up as needed. You know, I can't use it as a go-to viewing port or whatever way you might want to call that.
Yeah.
Was I 50 famous? No.
No, you're the.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my way back. There we go. No, wait a minute.
No, that's not it. It's still 9.
Yeah,
it's not
it fooled me. I saw 9 and I was like, wait.
It didn't actually happen. Famous history.
Okay, there we go. 95 Theses. Right. Okay. We moved on. All right. An apple never fell from. Oh, fuck off. Who thought that story wasn't apocryphal? An apple fell off a fucking tree and made Newton think of gravity? No.
Kids think that. I thought that as a kid, but that's just because kids are dumb.
For the first time, the Apple story appeared in a biography of Newton written by his friend William Stuckley. In 1792, the account says the notion of gravitation came to his mind, occasioned by the fall of an apple, as he sat in a contemplative mood. So it really fell on his head. It just fell by him, I guess, in the original sort of biographical account. More a fable than fact. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see the problem with it. It's just like who actually took that as like, you know, oh, yeah, that totally happened. Number 6, suspected witches weren't burned at the stake in Salem. Not in Salem they weren't, but, you know, elsewhere. Nope. Even though you probably think of Salem witch trials and witch burnings as interchangeable. No, I don't. Does that make me rare?
The only thing I knew for sure was this. Every son of a bitch that worked for him. They were all going to be better off dead.
There's got an idea. You know, Bruce Willis is based witch hunter. He's talking about the devil, you know. All I knew for was this. Everyone who worked for that son of a bitch was better off dead. He's going to go shoot him some witches. I mean, was that the thing? Were witches immortal? Why didn't they just shoot them? I mean, is that part of witch lore that they're bulletproof?
I don't think so.
So why couldn't they just shotgun them?
Did they have shotguns back then?
Sure. I mean, they weren't like modern, you know, cartridge-fed shotguns, but they had scatter guns back in the day. Sure. Blunderbusses that just blasted a scatter shot out. Yeah, totally. Grape shot's always been a thing with cannons. Well, okay, even if they didn't have personal firearms that were useful, I mean, surely if they can't take a musket ball, they can't take a cannon shot. just think about it. Gamer Valine, thank you for the $9. I don't know if the camera actually captured how far I see the beam going, but it's still focused a few hundred yards away. Cool. I love those videos where people go in their backyards and go, this is how bright it is. And they'll shine it on like a street light or a street sign. It's like, stop or yield or whatever the fuck that's like 400 yards away and you can see it perfectly. It's like, holy shit. They hanged them in Salem, Polly. Yeah, no, that I'm aware of. They certainly didn't burn them. All but one of the 20 people executed for practicing witchcraft in the colonial Massachusetts town were hanged, while the 20th victim was, crushed to death with heavy rocks as he asked for more to be piled on more quickly. Based. Well, a few other accused sorcerers died in person awaiting trial. There were no burnings, at least not in Salem. The widespread idea that witches were burned most likely stems from witch hysteria that took place in Europe in the 15th to 18th centuries primarily. Anti-witch hysteria raged throughout Western Europe and Scandinavia, and many of the accused witches were burned to this day. Of course, sometimes the truth is even stranger than fiction. Yeah. I sent a photo from the parking lot at work. Oh, hey, cool. The EDC2 DFT Turbo. Ooh, it's got the word turbo on it. Oh, yeah. This is your phone doing a lot of the extra work here, if you know what I mean. Like it's adjusting brightness and so on for the image. So I see what you mean. It's kind of distorting of what you, come on. Junk. Copy link. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. See what I mean? It's kind of
wow.
It's kind of adjusting for the brightness around. You can tell that
Yeah.
to the naked eye, the surrounding of the light bloom here is probably a hell of a lot darker than your camera's making it look. But yeah, look how bright the distance is right there at the center of the beam. Fuck.
Yeah, fuck.
This is the light. It's oh, hey, remember him? I accidentally clicked on this tab. I can't believe I still have this here, but there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, why do you still have this?
Because that's our boy, man. You know, why do I still have her? I don't know. Same reason.
Oh my god, yeah, you still have her.
Of
Holy
course.
Shit.
It just really doesn't want to take my copies, does it? What the hell? How many times? Why do I need to click copy link 3 times before it actually saves it to the clipboard? Damn Windows. There we go. There it is. That little thing in Valine's blurry thumbed hand is doing this. You ever wanted proof that Valine's not of this world? Look, human beings don't have blurry thumbs. That's not real. That's an ectoplasm hand if I've ever seen it.
Holy shit, Valine's a ghost.
Or at the least a witch. Now you be careful, Valine, like we just said. You know, we didn't necessarily hang people at Massachusetts, or we did necessarily hang them. We didn't necessarily burn them, but you could be next. So careful. There's no proof of your what? Mediumness? Blurry Thumbs sounds like a rapper name. Yeah, it does actually. Blurry Thumbs.
Wow.
Straight out of Brooklyn, New York. It's Blurry Thumbs.
What would Blurry Thumbs be like rapping about?
I don't know. I don't. What is he doing with his thumbs that are so fast that he can't be seen? I mean, he's.
Just.
I mean, I've done button mashing so fast on games I didn't know how to play that I might have thought, have been had to have blurry thumbs, but doesn't make sense for a rapper exactly. But it still sounds like one. Your point's well taken. I don't know.
It does.
Yeah. I don't know why he'd be called that, but
Thumb wrestling. Oh, hell yeah, he's a world-class thumb wrestler. It's the Blurry Thumb.
I still think that I've got the record. I haven't had anybody challenge me successfully on it. The most stupidly named rapper of all time. Because it wasn't just his
Yeah.
current name. It's that the name he changed it from was also stupid, so it's compoundedly dumb. Yeah,
Oh God.
this gentleman went by 2 Chains.
2 Chains.
That's right. See now, because
Okay.
a lot of MCs really like their gold, especially East Coast guys. They really dig their big gold chains, right? Especially the extra large, oversized pendants, your Jesus pieces and whatnot, right? They really dig that shit. Okay, but this guy doesn't have 1 chain. You see, Far. He's got 2 chains.
Mm-hmm.
So he's 2 chains, and he would actually wear 2 chains. You see.
Right.
Because you don't call yourself 2 Chains and go wearing 3 or 1. You'd look like an idiot. So you would...
No, of course. So you got to wear the 2 chains.
Right. Now, previous to this, you might be wondering, how could he have outdone that? Because 2 Chains is actually a better name. He actually got, what was worse? Well, he was Titty Boy, you see.
What?
Yeah. TITTIBOI. Titty Boy.
Wait, is that what he changed it to after 2 Chains?
No, he was Titty Boy and he became 2 Chains.
Oh my God. What the fuck, man?
Yeah. See,
Titty Boy.
Titty Boy. Now, I thought 2 Chains was a stupid ass name, but I didn't think that he took the cake until I found out he was previously known as Titty Boy, and then I was like, all right, you got you've earned the spot, sir. But who used to hold the spot, you might be curious, before he got pushed down to number 2 by Titty Boy / 2 Chains. Well,
right.
It was this guy who was really interested in being known as a gangster rapper, as a criminal MC, a guy who had a truly authentic criminal lifestyle. So when he came out, he was known as J.O. Felony. Okay, so it's and I'm like, okay, so your name's J.O. Felony. You want us to think that you're kind of hard, right? You're rough. So he was by J.O. Felony. Now nobody took him seriously with that name.
No shit.
Right. So it's like, no, you guys don't understand. I'm a crazy criminal. I'm a crazed ass motherfucker. You don't know. I'll do it. So he changes his name up to be something even rougher, even more hardcore. He's now known as Bullet Loco.
Bullet Logan, dude, come on. Come on.
Like, oh man, that's not better. That's worse. You should have gone to jail felony from Bullet Loco, not the other way around.
No, J.O. Felony, I think, still is a little bit worse, because all I can think of is like the J.O. Crystal thing.
What's J.O. Crystal?
You remember that?
No.
The fucking meme where it's like some Craigslist ad where it's like, yeah, I gotta charge my J.O. crystals. Because they're jack off crystals. But the J.O. stands for jacking off. It's like this whole thing with this guy like charging by jacking off with other guys. Like, it was fucking weird. Well, I'm gonna show you. Let me see if I can find it. Like, it's one of those things, like, you kind of see it and you're just kind of like, what the fuck?
What's that? I remembers that ad. Okay.
It's a WebP, but that's fine. I don't think it really matters. You just bring it up. Yeah, because that's what it's reminding me of. J.O. Felony. Jack off felony.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a felony depending on where and in front of whom you were doing it. Give me a quick second here. Grab what.
Yeah, like, yeah, I've just said the fucking thing, though. Like, that's the meme. It's some guy on Craigslist just trying to...
Where would I have seen this for? When would this have come up?
Years back. It would have been years back.
Okay, so there's the... Oh, there we go. There's that.
But yeah, it definitely did the rounds in our group.
The crystal I wear around my neck contains the essence that gets recharged when I jack it with a bro who also has a crystal. It gives me confidence at work, home, social situations, etc. Nobody knows it's a jack off crystal but me and my bros. I have seen I have seen it glow white while jerking it with a bud, and that's how I know this is real.
You can come over for as long as you want, but I need a picture of you preferably wearing a crystal before I waste my time.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, see why? Well, that's all I can think of when you say like J.O. felony.
Yeah. Yeah. Just think of this guy's crystal. Okay.
It's like yak off felony. Honestly, Bullet Loco makes it just sounds better than jack off felony. Let's be fucking real.
Yeah.
Still bad. It's still bad, but it's not on the same level of just what the fuck, man. I can't believe you don't remember this one.
Yeah,
This was another favorite of Zelthor's, I'm pretty sure.
What the hell is going on? Yeah, I can see Zelthor just loving the shit out of that one.
Yeah.
When you're trying to smash one of those crystal-loving chicks that you pretend to be into the weird shit too.
Jojo Bizarre Crystal Adventures.
Excuse me.
Oh my god.
Man, I didn't think this was going to go in that direction. Wow. Oh, so, I was talking earlier about, strange worlds colliding, right?
Right.
Here was like, just, I don't know what it is with the David Wood and Apostate Prophet streams just going like weird crossovers. They're watching a video by Tommy Robinson. You know, Tommy.
What? Okay, yeah.
You know who I mean, right? The guy Tommy Robinson,
Yeah.
that I guess activist would be the word that a lot of people use to describe, well, everyone but media who call him every name in the book, you know what I mean? This awful man,
Yeah.
Bullshit. But anyway, they're watching this video by Tommy Robinson who's being interviewed by, what's his name, from the PBD podcast. I can never say that quickly. The Valuetainment Channel podcast, that one. Watching an interview with him, and he's talking. And at one point, I know you don't know this guy very well, but he's going to keep coming up because he's such a meme. Fucking Sneeko. Okay?
Yeah, for God.
Why is Tommy Robinson talking about fucking Sneeko? I don't know. I wasn't expecting it. But Tommy Robinson, who is not known for biting his tongue. He just kind of, the man knows his candor. He says it like he feels it. You know what I mean? Means what he says, says what he means, He's talking, he goes, like, Sneeko, I don't believe his conversion to Islam was authentic. I mean, first of all, he's gay. And PDB goes, wait, Patrick Bet David goes, wait, he's gay? And he goes, well, I watched the video, and he said, like, he's wondering whether or not he's gay. And it's like, Sneeko, if you're wondering you're gay, look, you're gay, bro, isn't it? And then he moves on. And I was like, holy shit, that's like the funniest fucking thing I've heard in like 3 months. Oh my God.
If you're wondering if you're gay, bro. Oh my God. Happy Pride Month.
Yeah, I just think. Did you just get Tommy Robinson, one of the most based guys in the entire Western world, just call you out for being gay because you were wondering if you're. Listen, Sneeko, if you're wondering if you're gay, bro, isn't it? I was like, holy
shit. You're either gay or bi. If you're wondering, it's one or the other, man. Come on.
It doesn't help that you moved in and lived with Kanye West. That's not really going to help.
Yeah, that does not help.
Yeah, that's not
no.
That's not heterosexual credibility at all.
No. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but buddy, come on.
Yeah, Sneeko, I'm not gay, but
Yeah, but I do live with Kanye West.
Like I said,
and I'm his muse.
Right, he's his
Still
muse.
Weird.
I forgot about that.
Fucking weird.
I'm his muse.
How could you forget about that?
That was
one of the weirder parts of the whole thing. Like, I'm his muse, so I had to move in with him and live here, and I just don't really do anything but, whatever the fuck Kanye West wants. It's like, dude, what the fuck is going on? What are you doing? What is Kanye doing?
Yeah.
Why sneaker?
Why is he deciding what you're going to get your hair cut like? You realize this is the way he talks to the women in his life, right? Like that, decides things for his wife and his girlfriend, like that kind of, why is that you though, man? You're a man, right? Like
because he's his muse,
well,
Holly. That's why.
Like that explains anything far.
It really doesn't explain shit. It explains everything and nothing at the same time. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, and then you got people in chat going, "What's a sneako? What is?"
That's the appropriate response to hearing any of this. Honest to God, just what the fuck is a sneaker?
Yeah.
Well, he's Kanye West's current muse.
If anybody strikes me as, it's just, oh yeah, there it is. It's like, he's closeted and confused. Yeah, but I mean, it's closeted and confused, and confused, and confused, like on a multiplicity of subjects. Talk about somebody without a strong sense of identity being the last person that should have thousands and tens of thousands of fans online. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you're such a malleable person that doesn't have a strong sense of who you are, and you're going to be surrounded by people that are going to try and get you to do all sorts of shit that's in their interest, and you just are easily manipulated into it. And you got tens of thousands of people who follow you as your fan group, or maybe people that just want to watch the disaster unfold. Who knows? It's the wrong guy to be in that position, man, because it's not turning out well for him. Yeah, he's a massive beta. Yeah, I would say easily manipulated, easily controlled. Invariably, he gets upset with the people who try and control him, and he ends up yelling at him to fuck off. Like, it's like, well, you know what? You shouldn't really invite people like that into your life to begin with, man. But there he is. Weird stuff. The Woobin flashlights. Just looking at this company that somebody recommended in chat. Ooh, Father's Day. Get your dad an EDC belt light. Or something that looks very much like a camera from yesteryear. Look at that thing. Tell me it doesn't look like a small pocket camera.
It kind of does, yeah.
The Woobin G5 400 lumen. It's a weird shape for a flashlight, but,
It really is.
I'm not opposed. I just don't know what the hell it looks like that for as opposed to something else. $25, new launch. Is it to be as flat? Is it ridiculously flat? Well, 1.5 centimeters across. Yeah. It's as light as an egg? It's a weird way to say that.
Yeah. Okay. But 1.5 centimeters, yeah, that's pretty thin.
Schlim.
Yeah, that is pretty thin.
Like, I see what is it that the turnable head on the LED section of it does? Like, again, it's like, I guess so it could be quite flat.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of their pen lights look at least as flat as that, like on their like this. I mean, those look like they're less than 1.5 across in terms of their diameter. Quick clicking off that. Let's find out. Because this is 650 lumens. They're also $25, and they are, how many dimensions? Where are your dimensions? I guess they don't have dimensions. That's a shame. Rechargeable or AAAs. It's scratch, rust proof, drop resistant. Reliable performance. It's scratch far. You see? Scratch. Alcohol cleanable. I think most things are, aren't they?
Yeah, you'd think. Okay.
A light talk? What the hell's a light talk?
What?
I don't know. This thing. A light talk.
Yeah, what? I don't
or a
know.
light okay, and I'm just reading it funny.
Light okay.
Bulb. There's the word I'm looking for. Bulb. Bulb rotates. My Sidewinder does the same. It keeps your hands free at any angle when a headlamp isn't ideal. Well, see, when I was looking at it, I'm thinking, like, is it because it attaches to something? Or, like, is it meant to click onto your belt or your hat in some kind of way, and then the bulb ends up being adjustable so you can point it the light where you want it to go, kind of thing?
Maybe?
Hey, man, I'm open to innovation. I want to see people's weirdo designs because it's weirdo designs that become the common thing of today, if you know what I mean. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Why is it shaped like this? Fill me in. Maybe that's highly useful. You know what I mean? But I just haven't seen anything like it, so it's kind of interesting. You know, if it was shaped like that, in the sense that it's got incredibly long battery life, because it's still very thin, but our pen light is only AAA rechargeable battery powered, which isn't going to last that long. This fucker, on the other hand, has a huge battery pack, but around the same level of brightness. Okay, I see what you're getting at, that kind of thing. Oh man, how old school cool are these things looking? Hell yeah. Whatever the hell happened there. Everything was fine.
Yeah, it's so bright, it's invisible.
Yeah. What does it look like when you're staring into the light? Something like this.
This. Yeah.
Why would you show it for 2 seconds and then decide that you won't? What the fuck is that? Well, it was fun looking at it for 3 seconds. Chat, you saw it. It was real. Let's look at this one for a few seconds before they get rid of it. The best rechargeable headlamp, 1800 lumens. What? Well, half a second or so. I'm already angry at this website. You know that? What the fuck? All right, let's leave here and go back to historical things. Remember? That's what we were looking at for. History's moments that didn't actually happen, you know?
Yeah, no, I remember.
I don't see nothing you're hallucinating, Polly. Quiet, you. You know you saw it. Ben Franklin didn't discover electricity. No. Who said he did? He demonstrated through his experiment that lightning was made up of electricity, which was suspected but not proven, and he developed an experiment to demonstrate that it in fact was. He certainly didn't discover electricity. Scientists were already aware of its existence in 1752, the year of Franklin's experiment, where Franklin sought to discover whether or not lightning was a form of electricity, and he was the first to propose that hypothesis. But, complicating matters, it may not have even been Franklin himself who set the famous kite into the air. In 1752, Franklin wrote in the Pennsylvania Gazette about the success of the experiment and described how it worked, but he never actually said that he performed it himself. It wasn't until 15 years later that scientist Joseph Priestley wrote an account attributing the experiment to Franklin. Think you're a history expert? See what you... Okay, directing us off to another list. I don't know what I don't like about this picture, but it's something. Like what AI would consider steampunk cool or something? I don't know.
Yeah. Something like that, yeah.
Marie Antoinette didn't say, let them eat cake. Aw. Kind of hoping she did.
Again, it's the same shit as the Benjamin Franklin one. With the light bulbs.
We did invent an electric turkey cooker. I certainly hope so. The doomed French queen never actually made this condescending remark about her impoverished subjects. There are accounts of spoiled royals suggesting that poor people eat delicacies they can't afford, dating back long before Antoinette's rule. In one such tale, a German nobleswoman suggested that her subjects eat a sweet bread called Grosem. In the 16th century, Antoinette was born in the 18th, let them eat cake, the quote itself, French, à la broche in French, first appeared in 1767 autobiographical account by the philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He attributes the quote simply to a great princess. Considering that Marie Antoinette was a young girl at the time, he almost certainly wasn't referring to her. Huh. quiz magnet de la broche. Well, Sam could be here to say it properly if he wasn't sleeping. So, guess whose fault that is? Le Sandman. That's who.
Le Sandman.
Vince Van Gogh didn't cut his ear off.
Not all of it anyway. Okay, so he still cut it though.
Yeah, the artist only severed the bottom part of his left ear, and no one knows for sure the reason he did it. He certainly wasn't suffering from severe depression at the time. He certainly was suffering from severe depression at the time. Some historians claim that he was agitated after a spat with his artist frenemy, Paul Gauguin. No one had frenemies until the modern era. No one. That's a made-up thing. Others claim that it was an act of rage committed after he learned that his brother, who was a major source of financial and emotional support for him, was engaged. One thing is for sure, though, he definitely wasn't his entire ear. Van Gogh is just one of the historical figures you've been picturing all wrong.
Who thought he cut off his entire ear, though? Like, you see paintings, like self-portraits the man did of himself after the incident in question, where, yeah, there is chunk of ear missing. Not the entire ear.
I always thought it was a toothache.
What?
A toothache that caused him, out of, frustration from the pain to cut his ear off? Or that's what he had the bandage around his head for, was the toothache.
Don't know.
It would just teach that his ear was cut off. Who is it that's supposed... are they going to start talking about that he got it cut off in a duel? Who is it I was thinking of with that? Not enough duels, Far. People should handle their problems with dueling.
The world needs more duels? I don't think that's really the case.
Well, okay, it might not need more duels, but to solve its problems with duels. Because how many people would suddenly develop a sense of humility if challenged to a duel? All right, bro, okay. I was wrong. Okay, I admit it. Oh, you don't want to gun this out? Because I'm willing to. Yeah, I know, and I'm not. I don't want to get a fucking musket ball in the chest because you think you got a point of pride to prove over something I'm willing to admit I'm wrong about now that you're threatening my life over it. Well, yeah. That's become a hilarious thing that I can't get out of my head. I challenge you to a mabahala. So there's this thing in Islam, Far, called a mubahala. It's basically an Islamic duel. You and another person go out and challenge, request, pray for God's curse to fall down on the one who's lying. Because you both swear you're telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. No, I'm telling the truth. What? Well, I challenge you to a mabahala. And so, let's go out, you and I, we'll bring our family and our extended clan with us, and we'll all collectively pray that we're both telling the truth, and whoever the liar is should have God's curse brought down on them.
Are you fucking kidding me? So they just pray that the other guy gets fucked up.
That's right. Whoever the wrong guy is, whoever the liar is, has that happen. And famously, the first person to do it is Muhammad of Mecca, and he's challenging Christians to a mabahala. That it's like, I challenge you to this, let's go out and we'll both ask God to curse the liar. And as this isn't going to be a surprise for anybody who knows anything about anything, the Christians are like, they said no, it's because we cannot and are prohibited from and would not anyway ask God to curse anyone. That's not what we do. We're prohibited from doing that.
Yeah, no shit.
It's like,
what the fuck?
We're specifically prohibited from doing that. From asking God for bad things to happen to people. God won't do things to people like that on out of our request. As a matter of fact, we're just inviting a problem by even asking that. Like, wait a minute, you guys can do that? It's like, yeah, welcome to Islam. Why this even came to my knowledge? Because you remember the guy that I was telling you about, Muhammad Hijab, this Dawa guy over in the UK? He got caught with the hotel wife and all that. Remember I was telling you about this thing? His,
Yeah,
his little fake wife on the side. One of the guys who exposed him, he's in this recording, one of the funniest fucking outraged voices I've ever heard. He just keeps screaming at the guy. I challenge you to a mabahala, bro. Come on, bro. Let's go on the street. Mabahala now. And it's like, dude, are you fucking serious? It's 2025. You're a grown man. You're yelling at another grown man to walk out in the street with you and ask God to bring down the curse on the liar? But it's already been demonstrated. You're the liar. You're the one who said you didn't do these things, and now the receipts have already been brought forth. You did. You lied about this woman. You lied to her. You said you weren't even married to her. It turns out you were. It's funny as hell to hear a grown man yelling, I challenge you to a mabahala, bro, in an English accent. It's so funny, man. I
can't believe that's actually something they do when they take it seriously. What the hell?
I know.
What the hell?
And yeah, I was unaware of it until this whole thing came up, and I was like, the stories just never stop. They just keep going.
Keeps going and going and going.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Timely decisions in history. Messed up historical facts you didn't learn in school. Oh, we did this one, right? The landmark zoomed out.
I don't remember.
Landmarks around the world, what they look like when they're zoomed out. The Forbidden City. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that looks nothing like that.
Yeah. It's wow. Yeah, that's
I think this site is broken. Oh, here's a Forbidden City. Anyway, so Forbidden City 2, and then image 3 is a Forbidden City zoomed out.
Okay.
I guess they're not supposed to look that wildly different, because I'm like, okay, I'm willing to bet that it doesn't look the same zoomed out as it does zoomed in. Most things wouldn't.
Yeah. It's not really shocking.
The Hollywood sign. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, this is not that surprising.
No, it's yeah, I see it there. Yeah. Them dar hills are full of meth heads. They actually are. Because these Hollywood Hills are just right off of the neighborhood of Hollywood, which is not a place that you want to go without an armed guard or being personally armed yourself or keeping your doors locked and driving very quickly and not stopping at any of the signal lights, because it's full of fucking meth heads now. And so like at night, they go into the woods and sleep there. And then during the day, come out of the woods and come beg in the streets and do meth. So yeah, those hills really are full of meth heads. California. It could be yours. The Arc of Triumphs. Sam could have been here to say it properly, but that's life, huh?
Mm-hmm.
There it is in the center.
Yeah, it certainly is there.
It doesn't look like, when you look at like these streets that are like diagonally cut, it doesn't really look like it's good city planning. It looks like it's somebody's art project that they drew out and didn't really care who had to build there, AKA the worst scene in John Wick 4. Ouch. The Little Mermaid statue? Where's this? Oh, Copenhagen. The bronze and granite sculpture was inspired by the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale. Okay.
What?
That was kind of funny. I didn't expect it. It's like, look, it's a total
Yeah.
tourist hellhole. Like, oh shit, yeah, totally. That was kind of funny. Tourists constantly crowd the statue, making it hard to even get a good look at it. It's just, I didn't expect that at all. That actually caught me by surprise. It's like, what are you going to possibly show it from like the shore? And it's like, oh yeah, it just looks like shit with a bunch of backpackers there. That's great. Central Park. Oh God. Yeah. What did they have to do to get this shot of Central Park? I mean, where's all the meth heads?
Yeah, where's all the homeless people?
Right. I was like, they're not allowed to be there. Okay, technically, no. Do they do
Yeah, because that'll stop them, sure.
Right.
Just telling them, yeah, you can't be here right now. Yeah, sure, that always works.
Have you ever seen what it looks like from a distance? Just like a big rectangular park in the middle of Manhattan. Yeah, like that. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's actually a good shot.
And yet somehow Kings Park is still bigger.
Yeah.
Come to Perth. We have the biggest park in the world.
Nice.
Yeah. It's also filled with drug crazy people. Sounds
about right.
Yeah.
See, they live in the woods during the day, and then it's an ongoing theme, right? And then when the time is right, they come down and you know, beg for money and do meth, just like Hollywood. I had no idea that Hollywood and Manhattan had so much in common. The meth heads, who are forest-dwelling folks, but also city dwellers at the same time.
City-dwelling forest folks.
Yeah. Great Pyramids of Giza.
Oh boy, this should be great.
Please tell me they're going to pull back and show like the KFC and the fucking Pizza Hut and shit.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, there's Cairo all just crowded around it. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's easy to see this magnificent man-made structure is being shadowed by the modern city built up around it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a better shot of just to show how shit it is around these pyramids, right? Where they actually show like you know, one shot where it's the pyramids that you see before, right? Of like, oh look, they're so grand and in the middle of nowhere. And then the next shot, it's like you see Cairo behind the pyramids, but you see all the trash that's just on the ground and all the rundown shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good shot to show how crowded it is. Like the city just around it. It's like if they could have built like a couple inches further, they would have. You know, yeah. I wonder what these two green areas are. I mean, those green areas are stranger in the desert than the pyramids being there are. You know, it's was this your plan of like a green space in the middle of Cairo? Let me guess. Meth heads live there? At least when they're camping. Then they come down in the city and beg for money and do meth, you know. AstroTurf, right? Yeah, they didn't bother with the aqueducts for the fucking irrigation. The Brandenburg Gate. The Brandenburg Gate is located in Berlin, Germany. It serves as a symbol of what was once a divided city. People used to climb onto the observation deck to see what was happening on the other side of the Iron Curtain.
Huh.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, well, all right.
Now you can just drive right through.
Mm-hmm.
At high speed. Which is the way that they drove to get across the Berlin Wall, by the way. High speed. But that's because there were guys on gun towers firing at you at the time. Not every homeless person does meth. Many of them do crack. It's true. I shouldn't be so insensitive to the crack doing residents deprived. That is truly one of the strangest cathedrals out there, man. The Roman Catholic Basilica in Barcelona, Spain has yet to be finished. 10 more spires still need to be built. Construction wasn't expected to be complete until 2026. God, I mean, the architecture, man. Good Lord. Detail of it. This could just be in the middle of a city center? Oh, okay. What's the problem?
Yeah, there it is.
Well, but,
Yeah, I don't see the problem either.
I mean, it's like the Arc de Triomphe. It's like, okay, it's in a city, but we knew that, you know. It's
Yeah.
dumpster people, Polly. Yeah. Looking at it from up close makes it seem larger than life. Zoom out and the view is quite different. I don't know. It still seems pretty fucking large.
Yeah.
I mean, so you look at the houses up close and you're like, okay. So you kind of start, you know, going back and back and back, and you see how small the roofs are getting, right? And then you realize, oh, wow, that cathedral must be fucking massive. Well, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's like, what's this supposed to be proving? Like, oh, yeah, look at how small it is, but it's not small. You can see that. It's really not that different.
No.
Reader's Digest, what are you doing?
Yeah. That's actually, like, I mean, this isn't a horrible photograph. This is actually like a postcard photograph. It's very nice. You know, mountains in the background, nice colors, blah, blah. Like, I mean, yeah. Okay. Oh, this should be cool. The Acropolis. I hope this isn't depressing. I really hope this isn't depressing. They're going to zoom out and there's just going to be like shitty city around it, isn't it?
KFC,
Yeah,
McDonald's.
Exactly. I hope I don't find this depressing, guys. The Acropolis is made up of a few of the greatest architecturally designed structures in the world. Okay. Oh, what's the problem?
Okay, so it's, oh, yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great looking photo. What's the problem? Like the Acropolis is up on top of a hill, but I knew that. The structures are built on a rocky hill. Yeah, I know. And the city of Athens, Greece, sits below them. Uh-huh. And it was also like that in ancient Athens. Go figure. The Macropolis. Yeah. And you shouldn't get your marbles back neither. If you know, you know. Taj Mahal. I have no idea. I mean, I know where it's located, but I have no idea, like, particularly if we zoom out, are we going to see a man shitting in the streets? You know, I don't know. The Taj Mahal sits on the southern bank of the Yamunana River in Agra, India. It took over 20 years to build. You know, there is such a thing as keeping a place so pristine that your photograph looks AI when you know it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a like fucking perfectly balanced photograph, blah, 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 right? Symmetrical in every way. Well, except for this little tree over here. What's your problem? Tree? Why you leaning? The fuck? Oh, that's not so bad at all. Here's the Taj Mahal in the distance. This mausoleum is a symbol of wealth and the rich history of India. Or is it the history of the rich in India? You decide. Many people don't see the poverty that surrounds it. Wait, there's widespread poverty in India? Are you sure?
No.
I don't know. Sounds like they're kind of guessing. If anyone's heard of India poverty before, Niagara Falls.
Okay.
Niagara Falls State Park is the oldest state park in the United States. It was established in 1885. Bonus, the Niagara Falls Tunnel is located under the Niagara Falls Power Station, which was in operation from 1905 to 2006. Okay, there it is. Well, come on. If anything, this photograph is cooler than the first one. What's the problem? That's pretty awesome. That's a great photograph. Wow, look at that. You see, Fart,
Yeah.
it gets to a certain point and the water falls off, hence the name Waterfall.
Yeah, I get it. I
Oh,
get it. You
okay.
don't have to explain a fucking waterfall, Polly.
Well,
I see it.
maybe some people wanted to hear. So,
If you need a waterfall explained to you, you need help.
I I don't know the geography of Niagara Falls at all. Which side is on the U.S. border? Which side's on the Canadian border? Any guesses?
I don't know.
Is the part that's...
Which side has like a shit ton of American flags?
Yeah,
That'll
yeah, that would
answer
be
it.
the key, wouldn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
Or some people think the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's a fair point. You can't go assuming widespread intelligence and knowledge on people's parts, you know. I mean, this kind of does serve as evidence that if you got to the edge of the world, the water would just fall off the edge. So clearly it can't be flat.
The edge of the world is a waterfall.
No, that's where the ice pack is. That's why the water doesn't fall off.
Yeah, and the water falls into the ice pack.
Canada's on the north side. Well, thank you, Mort. I am so glad you're here to tell us these things.
Yeah, that really helps. Yeah, I can totally tell which way is north here in this one picture.
Well, you know what? It's funny. I was going to crack a joke about that. I think the north actually might be on the south of this photo. I think this might be the north.
North is just whatever way you're facing.
That doesn't sound right to me. I'm not sure that's true, Far. I've done orienteering. That's not what happened with my compass. I mean, again, I openly admit,
I don't. It's not how that works. It's just north is north.
You mean to tell me if you're facing north, that direction is north? I mean, that's sort of a tautology, so it must be true. But, I mean, that's not really telling us anything, is it? Face north. That direction is north. Like, well, fuck right, I guess. But
No, it's just whatever way you're facing. It's north. It's all north.
There were two separate falls in the mid-1600s. Really? See, like, what is this right here? All of this whitewater area. Is this a second waterfall that's close by?
Maybe.
I openly admit, I don't know this area at all. I've never been in Niagara Falls. I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know it was shaped like an awesome curvature like this. I didn't know that either.
I didn't either. Like, again, I also don't really know shit about Niagara Falls.
Yeah, I mean, the most detail that I know about Niagara Falls comes from Superman 2. That should tell you a lot. Lois and Clark posed as a wedding couple to spot the honeymoon scammer in Superman 2, and thus they went to Niagara Falls. North is indeed left of the photo. Okay, there we go. So this is Canada. This is America. And this is a person apparently rafting?
Yeah?
Or is that like a buoy or something or whatever? You know, I've heard this rumor. You know, it's like kangaroo boxing competitions on the, on the Atlantic City coast that they would do. And it's like, did they ever really have kangaroos boxing people? It's like, I'm not really sure. It's like people going over Niagara Falls in a barrel. Did anyone ever actually do that? Or is that just a thing I kept hearing about? I know I wouldn't want to go over a waterfall in a barrel. Not so much from the fall itself, but it's the sudden abrupt stop at the bottom that would worry me.
I definitely would not do that. No, fuck no.
Kangaroo boxes dinosaurs, duh. Well, I didn't know. Fuck. Didn't she shoot him there? The answer is both yes and no. It depends whether you're talking about the theatrical version or the Richard Donner release. In the Richard Donner release, she does shoot him. In the original theatrical, she does not. Spoilers. He's fine. Because he's Superman. And not very much happens when you shoot Superman. I mean, you get flat bullets, but... Actually, I'm kidding. She shoots him, but it was with a blank. She wants to find out whether Clark is in fact Superman. She suspects that he is. So she pulls out a revolver and says, I'm going to prove this right now. Because if you're Superman, this gun won't hurt you. She goes, but Lois, wait, hold on, don't, bang! And she shoots. And so he gets this like, damn it. Like, you've busted me. You know what I mean? Because you just shot at me and I'm fine. And I know that I am. And So he takes his glasses off. He goes, if you had been wrong, you would have killed Clark Kent. She goes, not really. The gun had blanks.
Yeah, thank you for telling me.
Yeah, and I'm just like, okay, wait a minute. You just made Lois look really cool in that scene, and they didn't use that in the theatrical cut? Really?
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, I was watching a video where a guy, a film student, we've watched film students talk about film and been obnoxious pricks, and there's other times when they've been really cool. This is one of the times when it's been really cool. He compared the theatrical edition to the Richard Donner cut and why it was done and what he liked about one versus the other and why he thinks one has more lasting power than the other, more rewatchability and so on. He had some interesting takes. It was fun to watch. That scene of Lois doing that was used for the Richard Donner cut, but is actually from the original screen test of the two actors, Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder. It's not actually a scene that they shot for the film. It was just like a makeup and costume test for the two of them and had them doing that scene. And they used it in the film as if it were an actual film cut scene. Interesting. America diverted the falls in 1969 to mitigate erosion. Apparently there's a comic where she used a Tommy gun with real bullets. As stupid as it was, Aunt May becoming a Herald of Galactus, becoming the Golden Granny.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yes. Like the Silver Surfer.
What? Yeah, okay, but that's still fucking what?
Yeah, it was like a what do you want to call it? Like an April Fool's prank. Like they did it up as like, the next Herald of Galactus, Aunt May, as the Golden Granny, haha. But it exists as a thing. Like you can get the comic and read it, and it's like, oh my god, this was a thing that they did. But they did as a joke. But by the same token, DC, as odd as they got, or as odd as the Golden Granny was, the pink kryptonite thing turning Superman gay, that was weirder. Like he's hitting on Jimmy Olsen.
Okay.
Like, really? You turned Jimmy Olsen into Superman's gay twink, inquiring about his window treatments and how they were, quote, just to die for? Because someone exposed him to pink kryptonite, which makes him gay? Comics were weird in the 70s, Far. Very weird.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Stonehenge. Oh, you think there's a KFC near this?
No, I know exactly what's near this.
What's near this? A highway?
It's just a road.
Just a road, okay.
Yeah, like a highway road, like right next to it, basically.
This makes it look fun. This makes it look fine.
Well, you know?
Actually, it looks like a well-kept area.
Usually, like there's like a different image they'll show to really show how close it actually is to just, a road, but not here. They're actually, yeah, okay.
Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that I can remember somebody standing beside one of these monolithic rocks. I'd like that just for reference.
Yeah.
I probably have seen that picture. I just can't recall it right now. Like I absolutely respect that these are huge megalithic stones. Cool. But how tall? Like I need a person there. I can't get a sense of scale, You get an idea like how huge they are because you can see the tiny little, those are cars. And it's like, holy shit, man, those stones are massive. All right, moving along here. Mount Rushmore. Oh, we're going to zoom out to people flipping them the bird?
Huh. Maybe.
Now I'm flashing back to Superman when the three Kryptonian aliens turned the faces, turn them into their three faces and then destroyed Lincoln.
Yeah, fuck Lincoln.
Yeah. Well, there's only three of them and there's four faces, so,
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you got to get it right up close. But that's some seriously detailed use of dynamite. You got to give the man credit. Yeah, I watched the story of like one man's obsession to finish this. I mean, because it wasn't like a government-funded thing. It was one man's art project, basically, and his fixation on getting it done. And it's yeah, pretty fucking awesome. Wow. And a bunch of angry Indians in the area too. In 2011, reported that 5,000 bodies had been recovered from the foot of the falls since 1850. 5,000 bodies.
Fucking
That's how many men
Christ.
in barrels went over. Huh.
Yeah, don't do that. My God.
I want to add enormous googly eyes. Call me stupid, but yeah, this is more like one of the pictures where it's like, oh, here's a picture of some mountain ranges in the Dakotas. You're like, I think I see a president's face in there. You know, no, you don't. No, I do. I swear. You know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's the kind of picture you have arguments about.
Yeah. The Mona Lisa. Many people think the Mona Lisa is much larger than it actually is. I was surprised to see it in scale, how quite small it actually is.
Yeah. A lot of paintings are like that, though. Except Picasso paintings. Those are actually massive.
Are they?
Way bigger than
tend to be huge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the first few times we went to Japan, right, they had an exhibition there of just Picasso and Van Gogh paintings, right? Actually managed to go and see some of this shit in person. Yeah, Van Gogh paintings, tiny as shit. Makes sense, right? But tinier than you think they are.
Yeah.
Picasso paintings, by comparison, fucking massive.
I mean, I was impressed with the size of the Lansdowne
really
portrait.
Weird to see.
I was like, when I didn't realize the Lansdowne portrait was as big as it was. And you never realize how big something is until you actually touch it. And fuck you, chat, I would touch the Mona Lisa. You couldn't stop me. I'd do it.
It's covered in glass.
I could get in when they're, inspecting it or whatever. Like, besides, they got fakes that they regularly switch it out with. You never know if you were looking at the real thing. I'd know. You know how I'd know?
Man.
Because I'd have touched it.
Wow.
That's how I'd know.
Right.
Is that thing real? Well, there's one way to find out.
Touch.
Mm-hmm. You know what you don't see happening? So it's at the Louvre in Paris, right? Okay. You know what you don't hear the Italians doing? Bitching all day long to get their art back. Think about it.
Yeah. That is a point.
What do you hear the Greeks doing? Bitching all day to get their fucking art back. You guys need to just learn how the modern world works. Possession is 9/10 of everything. Fuck off already. Think about it. Think about how much Italian art is housed in the Louvre in Paris. How much Roman stuff there is housed there. Do you hear Italy constantly bitching for all their shit back? It's like, no, it got extirpated quite some time ago, and it's housed in a place where it's well protected and so on. So your legacy is fine. Let it go already. The Italians could be grown-ups. Why can't you, Greece? Think about it. Oops, that's not the button I wanted to hit. Damn it, open in Photoshop. Stugats, thank you for the $3. Oh, this is just a gag. I don't drink anymore. I freeze it now and I eat it like a popsicle. You just remember a drink never hurt nobody at all. Fucking gangster asshole. There was this great scene in The Sopranos. That's where this is from. And actually, at that point, it wasn't the Stugats. It was the Stugats 2. Tony had bought his second boat by that point. I'm pretty sure. So Tony Soprano in The Sopranos has a boat that's called the Stugats, which means like the balls, the bollocks, the best. The Stugats, right? And of course, he names his boat that. So Tony's interested in buying this house that's up on the shore because he wants to buy a house on a house just like down the shore on the lake, whatever, a fancy house. He's always dreamed of having that, him and his wife Carmela. So he buys this one off of the guy who's also the next door neighbor to this property, a rich lawyer type who owns the property. Now Tony ends up getting in this argument with his wife, and this big thing happens. This story arc happens in the show where him and his wife, it looks like they're going to get divorced because she finds out about his serial cheating, or it gets thrown in her face one time. So Tony's like, I can't go through with the deal anymore. I know I put a down payment on the house, but I want out of this deal, he says to the lawyer guy. And the lawyer guy's like, no, that's the whole purpose of a down payment. I'm not giving you a down payment back. You want out of it. You forfeit your, fine, I'll let you out of it, but you forfeited your down payment. Now, you don't say that kind of shit to a mob boss, but this is the lawyer. And he goes, do you think you can threaten me? I've got a paper trail that leads all the way back to our first dealing. One hair on my head gets harmed. They're going to know who to come looking for. You think you can't threaten me in this way? It just doesn't work like that. Now, if you want to sit down and negotiate a price, we can do that. And he says, no, basically, I want my entire deposit back, and that'll be the end of it. And this lawyer's written in the show to be like the worst kind of lawyer that everyone's had to deal with at one point or another. So it's, so how does Tony get him back? Like, well, okay, fine. You want me to have the house? I'll have the fucking house then. He parks his boat, the Stugatz 2, right outside this guy's property, and booms Dean Martin live at the Sands Records all night long. And so the Coast Guard will come up after they've complained and hit them up with a $200 fine, but Tony can pay those forever. You want to keep fining me $200? That's okay. I'll just get my guys on the boat to turn the records down when they show up, and we'll pay the fines into infinity. Now you're going to give me my fucking money back or what? And eventually he drives the guy into insanity. And what you hear one moment is this Dean Martin line come up from Dean Martin live at the Sands of like, oh, this is just a gag. I actually don't drink anymore, Dean Martin says. I freeze it and eat it like a popsicle. And they cut off the next line, which is actually, I think, a better one than Martin says at that in that stand-up routine in the middle of one of his shows. Remember the words of the great Joey Lewis. You're not drunk if you can lay on the floor without hanging on. I've been there. Okay, you ready to see the last historical whatchamactwiddle here?
All right.
Nice. Probably still using a real version of Photoshop. Yes, I am. No browser-based crap for me. Santorini. Santorini is a group of islands located in the Aegean Sea. Its rugged landscape was caused by a volcanic eruption in the 16th century.
Okay, what's the distance shot? Okay.
It looks like a city on the edge of a hill. Isn't that what you just described it as?
Yeah.
Is this like a little pool? Do you have a pool on the edge of a cliff?
What the fuck? Do you think this entire list was supposed to be like, not supposed to be oh, look how shit it looks from a distance? It was just, oh yeah, look at it from a distance, and we're just taking it the completely wrong way.
Well, no, they tell a whole different story. Okay, so it might not look,
right, okay.
Maybe not shit, but I didn't feel a lot of different stories told, honestly.
Yeah, no, yeah, all right.
If anything, it's just like, I think they oversold it here. They tell a whole different story. It's like, how about here's two different perspectives, the second one, which you're probably less used to seeing it from. But that's not good clickbait. Man, don't get me wrong. I thought some of these pictures were interesting. They just didn't alter my perspective on the place. Like Central Park, it's like, well, I kind of knew it looked like that. It's like, it's just, I don't know. Well, I think they were going. Like, this one was probably the lamest, the Brandenburg Gate.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking lame.
Because let's just drive back a little further. Yeah, well, there you go.
But you couldn't have gotten a better shot or something? Like, maybe an aerial shot of where it is in the city?
Yeah. There was one Italian that tried stealing the Mona Lisa because he thought Napoleon stole it from Italy. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that story. I remember part of that story. This one was funny. The basilica in
Yeah,
in
'cause it's
Spain.
just yeah, different story. All right, sure, yeah, totally.
I wonder how much area there is. I mean, you can't show it like its base because looking up at it is where the architecture really stands the fuck
Yeah.
out when you're that close. But I'd like to see how much city area there is around it that's open, or do the buildings go right up to it? That's what I'd be curious at.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah.
Like, is it really built, like, nestled in amongst other things, or is there, like, a good park-like area around it? There's no way to tell from this photograph. But I still think it's a really nice photograph, if anything. It looks like mythical castle rising up out of the smoke or the mists, you know? Clean. There we go. If I remember correctly, it's pretty much right up to it. Yeah? Okay. It doesn't look, honestly, like there is... Just the way the city is around it, it doesn't look like there's a park-like area around it. You know, I wouldn't imagine so. But I can't tell what these little buildings are. I'm wondering if these were part of like the same campus complex area. A lot of basilicas do have that. A bunch of smaller buildings that surround it as part of the same overall complex. But then again, they might have absolutely nothing to do with it. I have no idea. You got to give them credit, though. Not a lot of bold architecture going on like that outside of the Gothic era. Am I right?
Yeah, not wrong.
I mean, that is about the furthest thing from brutalist we've seen so far. It's imposing, but not geometric. I'm sorry?
No brutalism inside here.
Well, no. It doesn't look like anything communists would like at all. I miss when buildings were awesome. You were alive when buildings were awesome? Fuck, what was that like? I never got to see that.
Can you tell us?
Yeah.
Can you tell us all about the awesome buildings?
I've really got to go hunt down that clip of Mike's DeClasa when him and Jay, and it was in a Half in the Bag. They were talking about, they got on to talking about The Lone Ranger, starring Johnny Depp as Tonto, that crappy movie. And we went and saw it, and there was like this old woman who was sitting, there was like 3 people in the theater, or 3 groups of people, us, and then this old lady who was there with her old lady friend, and then this other like younger couple. And that was it. And we're like, this old lady like probably remembers the Lone Ranger on TV in the 1950s and shit like that, right? And Mike's DeClasa starts joking around about like, I'd love to go talk to her. It's like, so you remember when movies made you feel things? What was that like? What was it like to feel things? Can you see how he's playing like a burnout where he's watched too many movies that are just all about explosions and shit? You know what I mean? And like, empty characters where there's no story. And then Jay starts leaning into it with them. It's like, you remember when characters actually had traits? What was that like? To remember a character for something other than how they look? Sarcastic bastards. I just want, Fat Mike playing the dumb guy going, what was it like to feel things? It was...
What was it like to experience joy?
Yeah. That just flashed me back to that cut from The Simpsons, where Lisa's like, I'm part of the MTV generation. We experienced neither highs nor lows. Really? What's that like? It's just like the hand wavy motion, like, come see, come saw. It's neither here nor there. What a shock. Yeah. All right, Far. You know what's time to look in on?
Yeah. What is it time to look in on?
Temu.
Temu. Oh, God.
Oh, right. I told you
I was getting excited for a second there. I'm like, oh, house, but no.
I forgot.
No.
I said I was going to tell that joke when we went live, and then I didn't tell the joke.
I
Somebody wasn't catching the meaning of it, and then the joke got repeated, and I was like, yeah, it took me a second to clue in, but I got it right away. Well, okay, I got it delayed right away. I mean, as soon as I got it, like a moment later, yeah, the meaning totally flooded. I'm like, really? You didn't get that? Guy who's like oblivious wakes up and there's a note on the refrigerator, and it says from his wife. It says, "This isn't working. Goodbye." And he opens the fridge and says, "What do you mean? It's working."
God damn it. What the That's so lame. It's so lame.
It's just so lame.
It's not worth the wait. That was not worth it.
I thought it was funny.
No. No. No.
No? You're just refusing to go along with
No.
any of it, huh?
Yeah, I'm refusing. I am refusing.
I just saw this phrase, microphage.
Macrophage?
Macrophage. Here on the...
I thought we were going to look at TV.
We are.
Or a house.
Which one? I'm closing things. What, am I supposed to leave the Axolotl page open for the next 3 years? I don't do that. I close these tabs immediately after using them far.
Sure you do. Uh-huh. That's why you still had the not the West Coast, the fucking Gold Coast whore up. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Where's she at? And this guy, our frosty nosed friend. Yeah, and there's the West Coast whore.
No, no, Gulf Coast. I just fucked up because I'm used to the whole, West Australia's top export. Am I right?
That's right. No, she
is not West Coast,
Gold Coast, East Coast whore. Yes.
Yeah, who came from Britain apparently, and yeah, I can fucking tell just looking at her. Yeah, that looks like a British lady who has given herself a shitty spray tan and is now in Australia. Yeah. That looks about right.
Yeah. Hey, LeBron James. That is not LeBron James. But
that woman will save your marriage by
Yeah,
sleeping with your husband.
She will sleep with your husband and save all your marriages. This was the guy who got arrested for cocaine possession, saying, "What? What do you mean?"
Yeah, he did all of it just so he wouldn't get caught with possession, right?
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
Yeah, exactly. It's just, well, dude, don't shove your whole nose right in your baggie, man, and then not, check a mirror afterwards. Come on. No, we were going to check out Temu.
Mm-hmm.
Temu. Now I've got one right off the bat. This pisses me off. Translation earbuds? Are you fucking kidding me? They've got 144 languages programmed into them.
Bullshit.
Right.
Fucking bullshit.
For $9.02. I said it before and I'll say it again. If this thing,
to see how shit it is.
If this thing works, I'll eat my hat. And I won't need to eat my hat because this thing don't fucking work. Are you kidding me?
I would buy it just to see if how bad it is, right? Because I work around enough people that just don't speak English 90% of the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be interesting to see. But at the same time, I'm not buying shit off Temu. I'm not. Because that would mean installing Temu on my phone or whatever the fuck, or getting an account. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't blame you there.
And not just that, but it's just, we already know the answer.
It's available in a local warehouse. Work. Really? Local to where? Where do you think I am?
Oh, boy.
This is like hot local singles in your area. You don't even know where I am.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I'm running like 3 different VPNs, and this is fucking, one of them is through this browser, because this is Epic Privacy Browser that has a native VPN in it. It's also running, like,
Yeah.
I think it's East Coast US? Yeah, East Coast US. Yeah.
God, I don't like that waterproof recliner chair. Look at that image. That looks so weird. Yeah, look at the glass of water being thrown on the chair.
Oh, right. Okay, I don't know. I thought that those were...
Yeah, it looks like a stain on it, doesn't it?
Really? Really?
Hey, Polly, are you human or a bot? What?
Slide to complete puzzle? I guess because it fits there? Is that the idea?
Or like, is it the last bit, maybe? Like, it's like, yeah, there?
Okay. What are the 2 smaller ones for? Well,
Verification what is...
Okay. There. That's got to be it, right?
Okay, well, yeah, that one lines up. What the fuck?
What?
What? What?
What is happening? What is... Well, this is the worst caption ever. I don't even understand what I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, chat, I mean, are people shaking their heads at me because I'm missing something obvious? Is that what's going on? I don't even know.
I've never seen one like this. What is this?
Okay, one more time. Okay.
Yeah, what? Okay.
What? Right there, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I guess not.
What?
Okay, one last time.
Okay.
Like,
or is it like to start with?
Whiskey and whiskey.
What a shitty caption. Holy shit. It doesn't even make sense. Kimberly, thank you for the 450.
So lost.
I know where you are. You've told us the one time you weren't streaming from your house a few months ago. Well, yeah, I told you where I was streaming from that wasn't my house. That's true. But it's because I was only there temporarily. I told you I was out of town. Oh, wait, what? Nope. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Fuck you, Temu.
Yeah, this is... Holy shit, this sucks. This sucks ass.
It's like we're going to come across like software purchase online. It's like, buy our Temu CAPTCHA. Works as good as anyone else's. Like, no, it doesn't actually.
Yeah, that's... What the... Oh, there's the lawn thing again.
Mm-hmm.
The lawn razor.
Because these are my interests. So it's keeping
right,
track of like...
Yeah, you are very interested in lawn razors. Got it.
Yeah, remember when I thought that like this guy's bone showing through there was like I thought that was a graphic on the thing. I didn't realize that it was supposed to be like showing you that we're going to send thermal heat right down to your joints, which worries me, honestly. For $6, I don't trust you for $6.
Yeah, I would not know.
And then apparently they think I'm really interested in lawn cranes or whatever. What does this do? What?
What is it?
Okay, chat.
What?
I guess you can't see what we're looking at. So this thing, we're wondering what this is. If you can see it, like 2 little petals, and the guy gets out his little tiny circular case of lube. There he is with some lube, and he's like lubing up the wheel that's on the bottom. I mean, is it a little double pedal thing, like a little staircase climber?
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
It looks exercisey.
Yeah, okay. It is.
It moves on its own, though. The guy's not on it.
You put your feet on it, right?
Yeah, but if you're not the one providing the power, it's doing it on its own. What's the exercise?
It's just moving your legs for you. It's exercising for you.
I don't think exercise works like that far.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Look, yeah. Look, it's exactly that.
But if it moves your feet for you, what?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I thought a Stairmaster thing, like Mort says there, but I mean, it's not really a Stairmaster because like I've never seen someone go up the stairs sitting down. Why are you showing the specific thing of lubing the wheels? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. Maintenance?
I guess so.
Like, this is how you maintain your walking machine?
Like something doing the workout for you is not doing. Like, that's a fail. And it's so much more expensive than you'd think it should be. I mean, being on Temu. I mean, they've got $10 earbud translators, man. Why do they have a $60 Stairmaster? Gamerverline, thank you for the 350. Yeah, so I know you're at your house. Thus, we know where you are. Quit threatening me. What are you, far? Stop it. Oh, yeah, I remember this thing. The Vibro deal.
Yeah, what? Okay.
Yeah, you hang it from different parts of your body and it vibrates in a creepy, totally non-sexual way.
Yeah, totally not.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. I don't know. That doesn't... Look at that thing moving around. Ugh, kind of creeped me out a little bit.
No.
Now, here's the feet cookers.
Oh, you could buy an entire lawn tractor.
Where are we looking? Oh, yeah. For $70? No,
yeah,
it's
for $70.
I think it's the jack. Isn't it? Long capacity tractor lift.
Isn't it just tractor? Oh, okay. Lift?
That's a tractor lifter.
Okay. Yeah.
Lift for riding tractors and so on. Still $70. The Squeeze Master. That's what I've always wanted.
The Squeeze Master.
Why are you calling your rain barrel the Squeeze Master?
I don't know.
Why is a 21-inch stone turtle $82?
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's a little more expensive than you would think it would be.
Yeah? Yeah?
I mean, look, it's not very big, right?
Like turtle.
Yeah, you can sit on this turtle. Well, I'd imagine, but
for $80, you better be able to fucking sit on the turtle.
Right. Yeah, okay, that's one of the most overpriced items I've seen on Temu, man. 3-way worm farm kit.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. More birds. There's so many fucking bird statues.
I know. I thought this thing was like a barbecue cover. And it's like, no, it's a composter, apparently.
I thought it was like a portable incinerator.
Why does a composter need to be off the ground like that?
I don't know.
It's a tumbling composter. Does tumbling speed up the rate of compost?
Maybe makes it more even? Do you want compost even? I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, who needs to buy this plastic contraption? I mean, you don't pocket mulch, bro?
Yeah, you got to pocket mulch. That's how you do it correctly.
Well yeah.
Yeah.
My litter nature with your
Yeah, I
desire
don't
to
eat
compost.
anything. I'm a level 5 vegan. I don't eat anything that casts a shadow.
Exactly. So many birds. Holy fuck.
Why does it think you love birds?
I mean, I did look at that one set of cranes once. That was it.
But there's so many of them.
And what's with all the composting crap? Over and over again.
I mean, maybe if you want to have your lawn be even and you want to shave it with a giant lawn razor, you'd be interested in composting.
Yeah. Hey, look, Far. It's the same turtle, but 50 cents cheaper. It's only $81.49 here. And they're almost sold out. Shockingly.
Better get one quick. Fuck.
Yeah, I never understood wanting one of these things in your yard. I've seen people that have these when you're driving out in the country, right? It's like a windmill
Yeah.
weather vane, but it's not a windmill because there's no mill at the bottom, you see. It's just kind of ruins the whole point, right? Like, why have this thing? Well, for the look of it. Well, that's pretty...
Maybe they made it themselves? You never know.
Okay, if you made it yourself, but, I mean... Is this man proposing with mulch?
Will you marry me and my compost bin?
Yeah.
We're kind of a package deal.
Love me, love my rotting vegetation. You know the rules.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, if you don't love me with my dual chamber compost bin, you don't deserve me with my pocket mulch.
Oh, it is a dual chamber. Why do these got dual chambers?
I don't know. I would never fucking clue. Maybe you want like a different type of compost in one and not the other? Or do they just mingle? Is it like just two different entrants? I don't know.
I mean, look at it. Okay, here's a $20 peacock that actually comes with like colors and shit and feathers and whatnot. Think how cool that is compared to that basic ass turtle for $80.
I think it looks pretty.
Oh, this looks tacky as hell. I wouldn't want this anywhere near my house.
That's so tacky.
I wouldn't want.
So fucking tacky.
Actually, now that they're moving the camera around it, it looks like it's not really all that big at all either.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing you find outside of the houses you feature.
It really is.
Hold on. How big is this turtle that it's only $23? What's going on here? That better be a tiny turtle. Oh, here we go. Now we're back to the 21-inch turtle, and it's $83.50. So you could get it for $81.49, just a few pages up here. It really thinks we're into gardening crap, doesn't it? Do you think all of that gardening shit is just because we looked at the lawn rake or lawn leveler?
Yeah, maybe. It would have to be, right?
There's another waterproof recliner.
Joy. Yeah, I just love the fact that they're proving it's waterproof by pouring glasses of water onto this shit. Well, I'm not even really proving it. It's just more like, hey, look, we're pouring shit on here.
Yeah, here's what happens if...
In Photoshop.
What does a solar-powered palm tree do exactly?
Decoration?
Oh, those are LEDs that run up and down the outside of it. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a garden decoration.
I want to see it when they put this thing together. Here they are screwing it together. Doesn't look very big. Oh, no, okay. It's at least as tall as that person. Okay. I really like the person's lawn that was just completely covered in them solar-powered LED lights. Remember? It was like 1,000 little stake things in the... Yeah, look at that. Doesn't that look great out in your backyard? Isn't that what you want all your neighbors to see?
Ah, lovely.
Yeah.
Charming.
Yeah. Okay, boom. I'm going to go clean here. We are going to move on to a house now because we're going to wrap up early because I got to get up early.
Mm-hmm.
Did I put... Boom. Was it back over? Oh. Yes. Yes, it was. No, not. Yep. This. Okay. Give me a quick sec. I am going to utilize the very not often used back in a moment weight screen. I made it like 4 years ago, and I rarely get to use it, so I'm going to use it now. Because I just got to run use the washroom. I'll be right the fuck back. Chat, don't go nowhere. Hello, everyone. Okay, we're back.
Yay!
Before I even get up, I'm like, my chair. Let's just fucking Shadow Claw. Run for it, you bastard. Why is... Oh, there we go.
Why?
The band decided to get all quiet. Playing.
Oh, fuck the band.
Well, yeah, it's low tone in the middle of the night, so they're playing real quiet, cool jazz. So, I came across this house just today, and
yeah,
Sam also linked us to a house, but it is a fuck-off huge mansion. There's over 200 photographs to explore.
Holy shit.
209 photographs in it, which is... You know,
yeah, that's... Wow.
Yeah.
That's up there.
Yeah, apparently it's a very weird mansion, $25 million, and 209 photographs. So we will say that for next week when Sam is back with us. I want to take a look at this.
Kidding.
This is a shorter house, but it's worth looking at. It's known as the Spite House. Now, if you know anything about me, you know that immediately caught my attention. The Spite House. I wanted to know more. Apparently, it was built in 1925 during a divorce, and I'm like, oh, you have all my attention now. What happened? You know, there was one photograph. That
yeah, look at that.
Okay, I'm gonna show us the chat in just a sec. I want to make, because I had the photograph here separately, because we're gonna have to do. This is odd, right? Yes, I found the actual Zillow article or Zillow realty advertisement for this house listing. Thank you. That's the right word. The Zillow listing. I found it, but I didn't think that I had, because it wasn't showing.
Wasn't that weird?
Yeah, because it's not showing the things that make the house unique and laughable. But I found an article from the Daily Mail that absolutely does showcase the owners in almost every photograph. So it's not like they want to hide it. So it's like they want the free advertising. But when you go to the actual listing, they don't want to show you what makes their house so laughable. I'm going to have to do both. So I'm going to show you the picture, then we're going to look at the Zillow, and then we're going to go to the Daily Mail article to finish it off for laughs.
I think we should almost look at the Zillow first, right? And then show what it actually looks like what they're hiding.
Okay, we could do it that way. Yeah.
I think that would be the funnier way of doing it. Just keep in mind.
Look at this.
What you're seeing is not everything.
This is why I got fooled for. Look at this.
Yeah, that looks normal as all hell.
Look at the backyard photograph right here that they're not showing you.
Yeah.
If you just turned around, how stupid it would look. Okay. Chat. We'll do it like Far suggests. That's not a bad idea at all. This is a $750,000 property in Seattle, Washington, featuring 2 beds, 2 baths, and 860 square feet. Let me just bring up the widescreen. There we go. Boom, large capture. There it is. Okay. So, this is not bad looking. It's sort of, photo number 1. Yeah.
Number 2. Yeah, normal so far.
Nice little backyard. And
yeah.
It's just my opinion, but I am also a fan of backyards where people use trees and bushes as like to grow up around their fencing. So for the privacy and all that. That's cool. Because, if you got a street right behind you, as these people do actually here in this area of Seattle, if you're sitting out here enjoying some iced tea with your friends, there's going to be cars driving by there. And, who wants that? The other angle, this is the concrete platform that little patio set was on. So it looks like they could take a little bit better care of their lawn. What they need is a lawn leveler.
Right. Yeah, they need a lawn raiser.
Yeah. The table is a little close to the tree cover. Yep.
Little
bit.
It's
not exactly a huge... Man, they really did distort the size of this backyard. You could see the fence in this photograph. I didn't notice that. Then you go to the next one.
Yep.
I think there's the same fence, right?
Yeah.
They made the backyard look pretty big, actually. Okay, so now we are inside the house. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You didn't really show us the house from the backyard. That's interesting.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looks okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that looks normal, right?
It's a small kitchen. I would suggest, though, you take note of some of the... You notice how it looks like this counter's sort of angling in and isn't straight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost like the kitchen is wedge-shaped. Yeah, it is actually wedge-shaped.
I wonder what that's about.
Yeah.
Same for here, right? It's a little bit wedge-shaped, but yeah, I wonder.
That TV right there is actually following the angle of the wall, though you can't really tell because they don't want to show you that wall for some reason. I do like a cowhide throw rug, though. Show us the cow. All the cow. That's just...
Yeah, give us the long cow.
Floor cow.
The flat cow.
I like that. Floor cow. That's good. Yeah.
What about flat cow?
Mm-hmm. The bedroom.
Okay. Yeah, this is the bedroom.
This house is so particularly decorated. Like, you know, the comfortable blanket just thrown, you know, such. They got the little tray table with the remote. It looks AI generated. I know it's not actually, but it's so like...
Yeah, it does look good, but it's not. This is real.
Yeah.
This is a real place.
It's because it's so perfectly staged. It looks fake because no lived-in place actually looks like this. So gray. Yeah. Gray is not a good color palette.
Well, it is Seattle.
Yeah, I guess that's true. This is
Just remember, we have seen worse in Seattle.
We have. Remember that weird house that was owned by the priest for so long and then he died and somebody redecorated and made it all gaudy?
Kind of. I'm more thinking of the one that was you know, down the hill from that one weird church. Right?
Yeah.
It had like all the red dot stuff in it.
Yeah. Right, the red dots. There were...
Yeah.
That was a really weird design choice.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of when I think it was weird Seattle houses.
Yeah, that was at the bottom of the ravine from the woke church. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little
Was
closet
that like
space.
Presbyterian or whatever the fuck? You have a
Episcopalian.
window in your closet.
Yeah.
Episcopalian. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know church names.
I only knew it was Episcopalian because I was like, God, this is like they had the pride flags flying out front, and I'm like,
yes,
that's famously like only Episcopalians are going to get that woke. You know what I mean? Tragically,
yeah,
but yeah, their name's kind of unfortunately synonymous with it now. Okay.
All right. Yeah, bathroom.
Again, these are some of the. It's all very.
Like it looks so normal.
Yeah, it's all very
but
milk
we
toast.
know it's not.
Yeah. What? Oh.
Oh, that's a hairdryer. Is this hanging?
Yeah,
All
I thought that was someone's black bra just hanging there. I didn't.
No, it's a hairdryer.
Yeah, it is with a very rat tail bundled cord. You know, because I already read part of the article just to get a sense of like whether it was there. Like this husband and wife couple have lived here for like 2.5 years. Doesn't look like anybody lives here.
Yeah, it looks like an Airbnb house, except just not with any of the crazy shit. Like just a straight up like this
hotel
is where you
or
stay.
whatever. Yeah, rentable property that's cleaned out to be the same generic way for all of the guests that might come through. Yeah,
Yes.
So therefore not a problem, just nothing exciting, you know. Boom, next photo. Yeah, like nondescript, generic mountain picture. Fake plant, very nice.
Yeah.
You got
wash and dryer. All right.
Yeah, that's the tight space consideration washer dryer that they've managed to nestle into the wall there.
I mean, that's actually kind of a good way of doing that, I guess.
Small house for that price.
But,
well,
right.
it's when it comes to stuff like this, like $757,000. It's the property, right? Location. When you're in downtown Seattle, yeah, get ready to shell out the money, man.
Yep.
Yeah, you already showed this picture basically. Was this the
We'll
main?
show it again.
Was this the main bedroom that we saw? It doesn't look like the same bed.
No, that looks different. That's different.
Yeah, so this is like a mattress that's up on a raised platform
That looks
level.
oddly Japanese.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I didn't think of it that way, but yeah.
Yeah, that looks like tatami mat type shit, where like not the lower floor, but like the way you would that would be set up, right? You'd have the regular floor, then the raised bit, and that'd be the tatami where the mattress is. It's probably absolutely not that, but that's just what that looks like to me.
Justin Wilson smells a rat. This is remarkably understated compared to previous poly homes. What's the catch? Well, you know, hey.
Oh, wow, we'll get to that.
Where was this? Like I saw the little, I saw the white table with the plant, like the table at the bottom of
you know,
wall unit.
Focus on the light situation going on here. Like this is fucking weird.
Oh yeah, here's one light in the wall and then another one, but they've actually strung it up for a light over the table. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't think that there's a good thing there's a such thing as a good location in Seattle either. It just, and now they show you the local amenities, what's nearby.
Right? They're not showing you the outside of the house, but they will show you this.
Yeah.
Look, this is where you could walk from your house. Yeah, another one. Yeah,
and then the bookstore, I think that's nearby. Oh, the bicycle shop.
Yeah, mountain bike shop.
Yeah.
All right.
So we got a bicycle shop and an oxbow, and then a cafe that are all nearby, and that's it for the photographs, guys. That's all there is to it. This is just
what about the last one? There's one last one.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. Oh, here's the bookstore. Okay.
Oh, it's a book. Yeah, that's the bookstore.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a coffee shop. It's a cafe / bookstore. So there we go. Coffee and books. Come on down to fuel.
But yeah, remember, guys, though, they didn't show you the outside of the house. The most they showed you of the outside was the backyard. Yeah. So what does this place look like, Polly?
You want to see the photograph that I grabbed to show you guys? That's what the back of the house looks like.
Look at that.
And its narrowest portion right here is 55 inches across.
Yep. Yep. And that is why I made the suggestion of show them that what it looks like from the outside after you've shown the inside.
And then you can, of course, see
because
here's the little patio set.
It's so much funnier when you do it like that, though. Because it's like, okay, what the fuck are they hiding? This is what they were hiding.
See, so there was, depending on where you go in the city, there's a number of addresses that are at 2022 21st Street or whatever it was, east. And if you go 21st Street east versus 21st Street west, I think it is, you can get two addresses that are very close to each other, same zip code, blah, blah, blah. But when I found the Zillow listing for this place, this was the first image that I saw. I'm like, this isn't the same house. Yes, it is. This is just the main entrance on the side of the house. The actual narrow one that you see over here is over here. It's just in the quote unquote backyard, and you can't see. This is what it looks like from there.
Son of a bitch.
It is.
It's so deceptive, man. I mean, come on, lady. What are you trying to do? Garavline, thank you for the 450. I will be dressed head to toe in black. Literally, even my hair and pedicure. And I think grayscale houses are annoying. Too many decorators do not know how to work with monochrome. Yeah, and monochrome black and white where you put a red dot in every room is not working well with monochrome. It's just not.
No, it's really not. Like, there is a way to do grayscale right. There is. It's just most of the time when people do it, it's not with the intention of, oh yeah, let's use it for an aesthetic. I mean, they're using it for an aesthetic, all right, but it's to make it look plain. Right? Like, it's to make it look just so generic. That's all there is to it, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that the most that I've ever seen, I'm not a real estate expert, but the most times I've ever seen grayscale used is in places that already are Airbnbs and they're trying to make them generic for whoever the hell. It's a way to generalize
Well, that's
everything.
exactly what I mean by it, though. It's always generic. There's ways of using these colors where it's not like that. It's just no one uses it. But that's not the goal. It's to make it look like a hotel.
Yeah. Houses in a swatch card. Blend that shit. Yeah. Yeah. So let's take a look at the Daily Mail article. Inside the tiny wedge-shaped home in Seattle, which measures just 55 inches across at its narrowest, but is now worth over, not 700,000, over 700,000. It's largely because of its place. The Montlake is the name of the neighborhood that it's in. I was able to find out later. Go away. Spite House is located at 2022 24th Avenue East in Seattle and was built in 1925. The current homeowner, Emily Kangi, gives viewers a tour of the unusual abode. According to the property site Zillow, there's currently estimated worth of $748,000. This really is a fascinating slice of real estate. The Montlake Spite House, located, okay, you've already said that. It's a wedge of cheese or pie due to its tapered shape. A new YouTube video by Kirsten Dirksen, the current owner. Emily Kangi gives viewers a visual tour of her unusual abode, starting at the back door, which measures just 4.5 feet across. There it is down there, the tiny little picture. Just take a look. You and your husband have lived here for 2.5 years. Whoa, it scared the hell out of me.
Let's see if Streamlabs has logged me out. Is it gonna load? Yep, no, it did not. Yay! Thank you, CTP, for the $2. Alphabeti Spaghetti. And that's all they're saying. As usual. Thank you.
Well, the cooking space is narrow. Emily says it's been pretty effective as a space. Her only one annoyance is the fridge, which sticks out in the middle of the kitchen. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, holy shit, it does that, yeah. The Zillow listing did not show how bad that is.
Well, I mean, that Zillow listing, first of all, you couldn't find a narrower fridge that doesn't go that deep. I think you could have if you look. There's a hell of a lot of different fridge shapes.
But also, did it have to go right there?
Good question.
Was it? Yeah.
One annoyance is the fridge was sticks out. It doesn't look like that fridge door could open all the way without impacting the counter on the other side.
Like pinning you in.
I mean, but you do see like that is not foreshortening. The walls really are narrowing towards the far end there. Moving onwards, this is a sizable living room with a large couch and dining table. Just that you've lived here for this long and it's like this expensive ass property and you've upkept it like this and you want to give people a tour of it. You just strike me as somebody who's very proud of living in Seattle. You poor, pathetic person, you.
Yep.
Like not just Seattle, but in the woke area of Seattle where we know the bicycle shop. Of course, we don't own a car. We don't want to damage the environment. Like they strike me as that group.
Yeah, that kind of person. Pocket mulches. Yeah.
That's right. I'm wearing mom jeans, but they totally were made by, fair trade farmers, not slave children. She strikes me as the kind of person that knows the origin of her hemp clothes.
Look how close the bed is to the other wall.
Yeah. I mean,
Holy fuck.
I've seen rooms that they basically took a studio apartment and made somewhat separate rooms out of it, which if it's a studio apartment in a place where space is at a premium, if you have like a bedroom, it's like you're thankful that somebody decided to build a small bedroom inside. So yeah, you know what? The bed does take up most of the bedroom. It's like, yeah, but it's a studio apartment and you're living in a weirdo house with all the separate, land fucking taxes that are involved in owning a separate house as opposed to being in an apartment when you've got a place the size of an apartment. But yet, wow, her hunched over really doesn't make that look like a full-size door.
No, it does not.
Do you think she's a really tall woman or that's a really short door? She shouldn't be anywhere near the top of that thing.
I think yes.
It's both?
Yeah.
She's oversized for this miniature house?
Maybe.
For others thinking of shunning a standard home for something a little more unusual, Emily says the most important skill to have is creativity. Oh, and I'm sure you've got plenty, Emily. My friends all say I'm the most creative person they know. What? The bathroom is where the angles get weird again. Makes me think of the bathrooms in New York. Because I've totally lived in New York.
Of course she has.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh my god. What's this one?
Bottom floor used to serve as the carriage house, but now it's a self-contained flat with a bedroom, living room, and bathroom. The bottom floor.
What do you mean? The carriage house?
I mean, it was built in 1925, so I'm having a hard time understanding what you're saying.
Okay.
You guys have had the fuck off level of money to redesign the inside of this house and to bring in particular designers to deal with these small spaces and call yourself creative for having hired someone, aren't you?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
This doesn't look like the photographer that the Daily Mail brought in or the YouTuber brought in. This looks like her soy-based husband who just kind of stands there and holds the stuff as she says to. I'm just trying to go with the Seattle vibe. What would fit? That would fit.
No, that would fit.
And we made sure to put a little 3-legged cuck chair in the corner for my husband.
Yeah, there is a cuck chair in there. Look at that.
He likes watching when my boyfriends come over. I thought I would feel a little more like I was in a fishbowl, but so far it's been pretty private. It's cozy, and it has so many brilliant features. Then why are you selling it?
That's why we're selling it.
Yeah. Then why the fuck are you even selling it? And then there's the fucking, the photo that they didn't want to show you on the actual listing, the actual realty listing.
I just love the fact you have this, like their house there, right? And then right next to it, it's just a normal sized house.
Yeah, I think this is the photographer from Daily Mail, doing their revenge shot that they didn't want them. It's like, let's just sneak across the street and see if we can flick.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious if there is some detail. Something tells me that there won't be as to the origin of why it's the Spite House, which
Yeah, I would love to know why it's called that too.
According to Emily, the house was built by a woman who lived in the big house next door with her husband after they decided to get divorced, as it was during the time when women couldn't get their own loans in the U.S. Sure. The divorcee decided to build on the land that she had won in the settlement, her ex-husband's front yard. The story goes that she decided to build a house to block his view of the front yard. You just made that up, didn't you? That sounds.
I think she did.
That sounds completely made up.
Yeah, because look at the way the other house next to it is orientated. That's not the front yard.
No, it's not, is it?
No, that's not the front yard. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I think
that's the side.
I think you sold me fake Spite. This house was built in 1925. This entire house was probably a carriage, like you said, this is the carriage house section of it. So the whole section was a ride through carriage house and like stable home.
Yeah. I could easily see that being the case more than it being a Spite home. It probably was owned by the people like living in the house next.
See that it's here's my best bet. It's like, so this is the front yard. So like this part of the house, or this part right here is connected to this. This property was subdivided later on And then this fence was built right here. And this pretendo house, this whole thing,
Yeah.
which was actually connected onto the property, there was probably a connection that ran between these two homes, like there is in most carriage houses where you ride through, you stop there, there's the horse trainers and everyone else that can get out, let you off, and then you could walk in a covered area into the house.
Yeah.
By walking straight across this way. And because it's all a part of the same property, it's not a problem. Later on, the property was subdivided, and now it's separate. The house next door, which wasn't next door at the time, as you just said, it was in the front yard. It never was a separate property. Now, otherwise, what they're saying would mean that it had to be two separate properties that were owned by one person, but that doesn't sound like what happened.
No, it doesn't exactly help that just the way that she's explaining, oh yeah, it's back in the day where women couldn't get loans, but she was able to own her own land because she got it in the settlement. These things don't quite mesh.
Think about it. It's like it was lived.
Like,
it was built by the woman who lived in the big house next door. Okay, during the time when women couldn't get their own loans in the U.S. That's the part where it's like, okay, yeah, whatever, woke bitch in Seattle. The divorcee decided to build on the land that she had won in the settlement, her ex-husband's front yard. But wait a minute, if she lived next door, it wouldn't be her ex-husband's front yard, it would be hers. It would be just the house's next door's front yard. In other words, the house she lives in.
Yeah, it's just... Again, I'm still stuck on the whole, like, women couldn't get loans thing. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
If you had the money, you had the money. I mean...
Exactly. It's like, oh, women couldn't own property. Like, no. Several women did own property.
Oh my
that we know
God.
of, right? Lots of women did.
Do you know how much property George Washington inherited when he married Martha Custis? Because she owned the property?
That is a good example of it, actually. But, like, even... Like, I'll use this as an example. My great-grandmother, she owned land in England before she moved to Australia. We have the letters to prove it, where the guy that was dealing with all the property over there refused to talk to her because he only ever wanted to talk to the man, right? But she was the one that owned it. And he's just going like, please tell your wife to stop yelling at me in the letters, basically, right? She's just like, just deal with my fucking property! What are you doing?
Is it that she's a woman?
But
no,
yeah,
it's that she yells all the time, isn't it?
No, it was that she was a woman, but it was just also the fact of, like, he probably was actually scared of her a little bit, not gonna lie. But, like, yeah, none of the letters that she sent we have, but we have the ones that she received, definitely. But my point is still there, though, right? It's like, that's probably around the same time period, if not slightly later, than when this house was built, that those letters were getting sent back and forth, right?
Yeah.
She, like, if a woman could own property in England at that time, I don't think it's a problem for women to be owning property in America. Same for the loans, right? Because if you can own property, you can take out a loan.
Yeah, it's more,
it's such bullshit.
As long as you have collateral. Absolutely.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying that there isn't sexism at the time where men who had a name but no collateral could I mean, Thomas Jefferson did. He had no collateral, but he was constantly able to get loans based upon his name. I'm not saying there wasn't sexism that allowed men to do things women couldn't, but the idea that one of the things women couldn't do was a basic thing that anybody of means would be able to do. If you're a woman of means, you're a person of means. It doesn't matter that you're a woman. The idea that you couldn't collateralize your own loans. Come on.
Yeah, well, that's why I mentioned the whole letter thing with my great-grandmother, right?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, she still owned the property. She was still trying to, like, sell it and everything, right? Because that's what she was trying to do. She was trying to sell it. Right?
Right.
And, yeah, and despite her being the owner of the land, the person she was dealing with still did not want to talk to her because she was a woman. He wanted to talk to her husband. Like, yeah, that is a pretty big degree of sexism going on there. I'm not saying that sexism was not happening in these days. It absolutely fucking was. That doesn't mean that women couldn't own shit or get loans or do anything that they just kind of wanted to do. It just meant it was probably slightly harder for them. That's it. That's it.
Wow. Okay. it was a pretty reasonable guess on my part. Emily, who works in product management and marketing for Amazon. Uh-huh.
Oh my god, you work for Amazon.
You've got, like I said, you've got fuck off levels of money, don't you? And that's why you're able to facilitate this.
Yep.
She ironically went to school for architecture and has thought I wanted to be. So maybe I'm a junkie for it. She came across the Spite House by chance and she was drawn to it because it was historically odd. So you're somebody who wanted to be an architect, never really got to be one, ended up in being an extremely lucrative field, in a woke ass fucking field, like working for Amazon, product management and marketing. Yeah, you probably do have an incredibly lucrative position. And enables you to buy a weird fucking house you want to live in. And I've also got a really odd feeling that you don't even live here. You've got multiple properties and this is one.
Yeah.
She concludes, it's definitely one of the things you sign up for with a weird house is having to get very creative. I thought it would feel a little weird when I was in a fishbowl, but so far it's been pretty private. It's cozy. And it does have so many brilliant features. I don't believe for a second you live here as your primary residence. Especially because you're smart enough to know marketing. How do you know she's a marketing person? Well, she shows it off on YouTube to generate all of this stuff, but when it comes to actually showing off the house, she doesn't want people like us showing up and making fun of her Zillow home with its ridiculously 4.5 foot wide rear entrance. So let's not put pictures of that up, but we'll put it up for advertising purposes when we want free marketing through the Daily Mail and through YouTube. Oh, look, all of your advertising is free. You don't strike me as a marketing executive that knows how to promote yourself.
Yeah, not at all.
Ulysses Grant was an abolitionist, but he could not sell his wife's slaves that were gifted to her by her father. Washington had the same exact problem. And gifted to her by her father. Yeah, wow. It's exactly what happened with Martha. Washington never purchased slaves in his life. He inherited all of them. And so thus they became his responsibility to deal with. And selling them wasn't really an option for him. He didn't want to because if they went to far worse places, et cetera, et cetera. He ended up freeing them all upon his death because it was the best bet forward. And most of them were just left in Pennsylvania, where if they were any enslaved person in Pennsylvania under their law at the time would be freed if they weren't recovered in 6 months. And Washington just plumb old plain forgot to go recover his property. Yeah, right.
Oh, hot damn.
Yeah, he left them there until the time it expired and then they were all free. That was the point. Many people did. He wasn't the only one to do that. But it's like, yeah, I can free all the slaves without having to free them, thus impugning my credibility with Virginians that don't agree with that idea. Tough proposition inheriting slaves. What are you going to do? Well, I don't want them. But you kind of have to. If you know what I mean? Like, what do you just end up becoming, unfortunately, responsible. Inside the tiny wedge-shaped home. I think more could have been made of this article. I guess it's good enough for the point to laugh at.
Yeah, but I would have liked more information about it. Like what actually happened, not whatever the fuck this person has decided happened.
Yeah.
It's almost disappointing it probably wasn't a real spite house.
Yeah, now I want to like really seek out. You know what the real spite house was? The one that we opined was being sold out from underneath a married person because their husband had cheated. They lived so close to the military base. Remember that one?
Yeah.
And they had all these these requirements.
Yeah,
you could only meet with during these 2 hours of the entire week, and you must not call during the day.
No real estate agents. No real estate agents.
Yeah.
You gotta come. You gotta have all the money. You gotta do it this way, that way. Yeah, that one was so fucking weird.
I know. It left so many questions because there was the two places that you could enter into, like owner, understanding, and requirements, and then the general description. They insisted that you read both of them when both of them were just descriptions of basically the same thing in more detail. Like, no agents whatsoever. I only want to talk to people that I'm going to deal with directly. It has to be an all cash deal. You have to be willing to settle immediately and not have an extended escrow. No escrows allowed. Blah blah blah. Like, wow, it really looks like you're trying to sell something without your spouse knowing, or without whoever knowing. Trying to keep it as quiet as possible so they like come back from their tour or whatever the fuck and find out their house is sold. Ulysses S. Grant is such a Chad name. I do love the thing is he was known for like as U.S. Grant, like Ulysses S. Grant, U.S. Grant for the longest time. And it's like the guy is, you know, Lieutenant General of the Army and is of the United States, and his name is U.S. Grant. It's like, what the fuck, man? What are the odds? You know, after what was it? The Battle of Antietam. He ended up taking it through newspapers on the name, like Unconditional Surrender Grant is what U.S. stood for, because the entire Confederate Army had to unconditionally surrender.
Jesus.
Yeah. So one thing that has struck me is like, you know, when you have like a name that's very illustrious like that, like Ulysses, do people actually call you that? It's like, no, it turns out nobody did. Everyone called him Sam. That was his name, like in letters, and that's what his friend William Tecumseh Sherman or Bill called him. It was Bill and Sam. not Tecumseh and Ulysses. Which makes sense. You know, it's yeah. I mean, sure, my name is Rudiger, but people don't go around calling me Rudy because I just wouldn't be having that shit. Do I look like a Rudy to you?
Rudy?
I
don't know. You could be a Rudy.
I could even be a Rudiger. You never know.
Huh. Just, you never know.
Boom. Let me go that. Clean. No? Don't want to? No? Don't. Oh, right. I didn't have that turned on at all. Fuck. Figure out what my buttons do and don't do. Here we are. Back to the bar. It's $43,000 a year boarding school. Was forced to make a heart-wrenching decision and close after 125 years following Labor's tax raid on private education. You mean to tell me people in the UK are pissed off with their party representation? I hadn't heard that before.
No. But we don't do politics. And we're ending anyway.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. It's about that time to wrap it up. Getting a little late in the hour. I look over at the mental clock. Boom. Okay. Yes. And that does bring us to the end of Last Call here at Noirbar, live from the Chase District Noir Sale. I'd like to thank everybody coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter. I'd like to thank Far for keeping me company at the bar. Far, always fun.
Whiskey and a whiskey.
Yeah, no problem.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. One in under the wire. Thank you, Gamer Valine, for the 450. We have discussed where I give feminists only credit they deserve. The second wave got it put into law that a bank cannot require a male cosigner for accounts, including checkings and savings. Yeah, that would piss me off.
Oh God, yeah.
That's legitimate, just bullshit sexism. Yeah, that would piss me off.
Yeah, what the
for
fuck?
Sure. Yeah, that's not cool. What do you mean? Well, we can't trust you. Why not? I've got more money than he has. Like, well, yeah, exactly. That's what would piss me off. Excuse me. And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people who tip the bartender. That would be me. It's how we keep the fire burning, the lights turned on, and the cost paid off. Well, thank you very much for your donations, everyone. Tips are greatly appreciated. If you haven't already, please hit that like button on your way out the bar. If you would like to help us out further, you can leave a comment below if you're listening in the future, or retweet the twit or the excerpt, as I like to call it, over on X I sent out earlier saying that we're going live, because that can help. I think that's everything. Is that everything, Far?
Yeah, I think that is.
Check out Far's game streams. Her channel's below.
Hey, yeah, okay.
Because Far, unlike that Emily lady who owns the Wedge House, doesn't understand how marketing works.
No, I do not.
That's okay. Neither do
I am garbage at marketing.
But in the meantime, everybody, we got the whole background of content you can listen to, and our stuff. We're broadcasting from a bar in 1942. That's why we try and keep it generalized in time, not specific to what happened last week. It's fun that way. The old content's still relevant and always will be. But until we hook up again next weekend, everybody, I hope you have a good week. And in the meantime, as we always say, about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.